up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something without warning, love, bears heavy on my mind. Then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Just wanna look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. A lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. Just wanna look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. A lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, then when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you, and the world's alright with me. I just wanna look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. A lovely day. A lovely day. A lovely day. A lovely Winding your way down on Baker Street, light in your head and dead on your feet. Well, another crazy day. You'll drink the night away and forget about everything. city desert makes you feel so cold. It's got so many people, but it's got no soul. And it's taken you so long to find out you were wrong when you thought it held everything. You used to think that it was so easy. You used to say that it was so easy. But you're trying now. Another year and then you'd be happy. Just one more year and then you'd be happy. But you're crying now. Way down the street there's a light in his place. He opens the door, he's got that look on his face. And he asks you where you've been. You tell him who you've seen, and you talk about anything. He's got this dream about buying some land. He's gonna give up the booze and the one night
morning.
stands, and then he'll settle down in some quiet.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, we are about to commence the program officially. Please, can we take the opening prayer, second stanza of our national anthem? Let's recite together. Let's be on our feet, please. Let's recite together as we say, O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen.
You may please be seated. Good morning to you, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to, on behalf of the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, welcome you to the Engineering Family Forum. Trust we all had a restful evening yesterday. Thank you for being here today. Now, we're going to be having a workshop on current roadmap and federal government non-funding regime. The topic is going to be repositioning current for efficiency, financial autonomy, growth, and sustainability. And the chairman of this session is Engineer Kashim Abdul Ali, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow of the Academy of Engineering, member of the National Institute, a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and a past president of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. The chairman is already seated.
And let me quickly invite also our first presenter for today, the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Sadiq Duberu Abubakar, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow of the Academy of Engineering, and Fellow of the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers. Please, can we put our hands together for him, already seated? The second presenter.
So, are you giving your paper to them for?
The second presenter will be the former registrar of the council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Kamila Wopa Maliki, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Academy of Engineering, a member of the National Institute. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he walks to the podium? On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to hand over to the chairman of this session to direct the affairs of this session. Thank you very much.
Let me invite all fellows to please move forward and cover all these seats. This is family forum. So all fellows of NSC, fellows of NATE, NICET, fellows of NATE, please move forward and cover these seats. This is your show. All of you there. Well, I like to welcome you, and why I was particularly looking forward is they have most have national memory of what we are to do or what the condition of current is pursuant to the common axiom that life is not stagnant and change is the only thing that is constant. But in doing today, you have to flash your back to the history. There's what they call history for decision making. Atume knows that. So we need to have an idea of what the history is, so that when we're taking decisions today, we will not behave as if we just came from the sky and landed. That's why I wanted the fellows to sit. The story of Koren is a long one. At a point, it became necessary to have an institution like Koren because that is standard practice. Because we come from the British background. But even apart from the British background, everywhere in the world, engineering and like other learned professional groups are regulated. Otherwise, there will be chaos and anarchy. Can you imagine if somebody gets up today and says he has got extra knowledge and he can just build a skyscraper without reinforcement? If he's so self-convinced, like one governor did one time, he will go and do it and there will be no consequences because there's no regulation. But where there are regulations, his actions or the actions are always controlled. So that is what we are doing today. And when Koren came into being in 1970, by Decree 55, it was Council for the Registration of Engineers, Council for Registration of Engineers in Nigeria. A lot of water went under the bridge. NATE people will tell you what water went under the bridge. And then there was a need to say, look, the engineering family is a strong family. You can't have any member of the family working alone. It's joint work. So why don't you come together? The national community recognizes that. That is why we're talking about Washington Accord yesterday when the president was talking about it. He talked about Sydney and Dublin. Dublin for technologies and technicians. That is the way the world moves. We want to be a valuable member of the world community. So we need to adjust, sometimes out of our own experiences, but sometimes out of global practices. So that was done. And to create bonding among all these groups, engineering came into being in 1993. And so far, so good. Initially, it used to be tumultuous. There used to be bitter arguments. But today, we are doing more of camaraderie and networking than that. So we thank God for the progress we have made. Now, there's a need again. There was a need at a point again to amend our act to do a lot more. And with that, we're able to get to where we are now. There's a need to, again, move in terms of how we manage ourselves. And certain conditions have also compelled us, because the funding now will be removed. The question is, will Koren die because federal government funding is removed? It's not true. You cannot die. And all this, you know, whether we will die or will not die, or what we can do from the presentation that will go on today. I'm delighted to share this session and to have the president of Koren address us on his vision and that of the council he leads on what they think Koren should do to stem whatever are the negative consequences of the action of the government, and even other things that could improve the quality of regulation and also how to get Koren running seamlessly. So I welcome you all. For those who are coming in late, I had announced that fellows should come to the front seat because a lot of things here will need your collaboration and corroboration. That break in transmission, I was having a tete-a-tete with the president, not on what he's going to say, but the fact that, you know, this session is broken into two parts. The first part is the presentation. The second part is reaction and discussion by, or lead discussion by the presidents of the associations. I noticed that some of the presidents are not here yet. So in order not to embarrass them by having empty seats for those who are late, I want to keep just the two of them now. But before we go on break, we'll announce that after the break, we'll have the presidents to come and sit down here as discussants. Once again, good morning. We're starting a bit late, so I'm going to squeeze the time. I decided to take my time also to talk because the two of them, they are very important people. The president, number one, the registrar, my registrar, the big man too. They decided to show me, but they know that I keep to time. So I think it's deliberate that they came late. So I'm going to punish them. they must squeeze their program into my own program because we must finish this session by 10:30, whether they like it or not. 10:30, you must finish. So I want to now go ahead to invite the president of Koren, Engineer Professor Sadiq Zubairu Abakar, FNSC, FNG, to make his presentation.
Mr. Chairman of this Engineering Family Forums, my co-presenter, the former registrar, the discussants, the 6 presidents of our associations, including Nigerian Academy of Engineering, NSE, NATI, NICET, NAEC, and AKEN. These are going to be the lead discussants, fellows of our great profession in all cadres, my distinguished colleagues, engineers, invited distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It has been, I think, established by the chairman that the global fact is that if you don't reinvent yourself based on the dynamism and evolution of societies and your situation anywhere you find yourself, then you will perish and you will cease to exist. There are so many dynamics which the chairman has enumerated that compel the leadership that I am leading in the current council to take a very deep breath and look at the past, look at the present, and project into the future. And this we did by basically reviewing ourselves in terms of regulatory activities that we are expected to do in our dear country, how we have operated so far, what were the achievements, the shortfalls, the gaps, and where we are heading. We also reviewed the global practice of regulatory bodies all over the world. How is it being done in the advanced economy? And how are we benchmarking ourselves with them? Having ascended into the Washington Accord, and also desirous and making our steps to move into Sydney and Dublin Accord respectively, meaning we have joined the global team, and so we must align ourselves with the global practice in terms of regulating engineering profession in Nigeria. Because we have what all of you know as peer reviewing. Last year we received Pakistan, Malaysia, and other countries that came to review us in our bid to join the Washington Accord. Other countries that are lined up to visit Nigeria are Canada, USSR, and other countries that are in that elitist group. So whether we like it or not, we must align ourselves to the global standard practice of regulator. And that inspired the council to sit down and develop what we call a roadmap. And I'm going to speak to you about that roadmap. By God's grace, in September, when we have the council meeting, we are going to finally endorse that roadmap for implementation. And so we find it very, very strategic for us to replace the traditional and conventional family forum content, whereby the association will come and tell us what they have done, where are the gaps, and what they want to do. To allow us to organize a workshop during that time to speak to you on that roadmap and to solicit for your inputs, because this is a participatory process that we are all going to own. It's a collective ownership. And to reinforce this presentation, we also selected the registrar and also selected the current president that midwife the amendment of our act. This gentleman sitting here, the former president and the former registrar, took all the pains to ensure that we have acts that had expanded scope and expanded mandate and powers. So we find it to ask one of them to take and to ask the registrar to present to you the amended act of 2018. Now, our hope is, with these two presentations, we want you to understand where our legislative and legal mandate lies and how you fit in this roadmap. And we really solicit for our input, because if we get it right, it is our belief and we're confident that we are going to change the ecosystem of engineering regulation in this country. This event, I would like you to please give me the audience, let me present to you. My already started me on time constraint. I think basically what I want to start with is that Koren, as it is, has some technical departments that allow it to express and carry out its mandates, about 4 or 5 of them, and a very modest structure that allows it to operate in the country. But the first thing we recognize is to realign and expand the technical departments in Koren. We had 4 key technical departments aside the service department. And so the first thing we tried to do was to look at what are the departments that we will realign and expand their mandates, and what are the new ones that we have proposed, all in our goal to be able to align with the global standard practice of a regulator. So I'm going to carry you through this very important assignment that we I'm sorry, this is not the presentation that I have. This is not the presentation that I gave. Yeah, this is not. Please, immediately get the right presentation.
The time, please pause the time.
I'm saying.
And then
with the out in foreign and current outline of my presentation. Said, we task ourselves to review all that I said, and that led us the structure of course that will allow us to express ourselves and discharge our mandate more efficiently and more effectively. The roadmap, as we tag documents, is a plan that defines the goals and the desired outcome. Okay. Thank you for yeah, thank you. Like I said, our first attempt is to review the structure of COREN. And so we concentrated our efforts on the technical departments. We have the following as our new structure in the technical departments. Hitherto, we have what we call E&T department, Technical and Training Department, that oversees the education and the training of our young engineers and industrial training. We have realigned that department. We have bifurcated the department. We now have education and accreditation. And the activities of that department are outlined here, but I will summarize them. This department is going to continue to undertake accreditation of our education in engineering in universities, in polytechnics, in monotechnics, and also in technical colleges. As you know, the accreditation is essentially sustain and raise the quality and standard of our education. This is more so now because of these our international alliance partners. I'm sure most of us are also aware that in our bid to into the Washington Accord, we had to establish what we call accreditation, engineering accreditation committee board, because the international standard is to have an autonomous unit that takes care of education and accreditation without any government interference. And that we have done. We have developed a regulation that we have gazetted that allow Nigeria to present, and that was one of the key requirements of autonomy in terms of finance, in terms of operation for the Washington Accord admission. So we have created what we call EAC. It's a board that is independent, that has already taken over the business of accreditation in our universities, in polytechnics. And to perfect that arrangement, I'm sure most of you are aware that we had what we call the evaluators training, OBE evaluators training. Last 2 years, we have certified all those that were trained. We have given them license. And so for you to participate in accreditation from now on into universities or polytechnics program, you have to be certified evaluator. You have to have the certificate that you are competent to go and assess any of our programs. And we're going to cascade that down up to the technical colleges. And to do that effectively, I'm sure all of you are aware we have what we call the coded and the compodet. And now we have added the third tier, what we call the COTEC, that is Committee of Head of Technical Colleges in this country. The compodet are the committees of deans of engineering and technology program in polytechnics and monotechnics, while the CODET is the committees of deans of engineering program in Nigerian universities. These three committees at that level are going to synergize with the Engineering Accreditation Board to carry the business of these departments. And like you know, one of the cardinal policy of COREN is operating under what we call committee system. So for each department, there's a council committee that superintends and oversees the operation of that department. The other half of the former department, E&T, is now given a full-fledged departmental status called Training and Compliance. Now, in Training and Compliance Department, we have developed new functions for that department, and it's going to drive what we call the MPD, Mandatory Professional Development. And we are developing the attributes. For instance, this assembly is one of the key activities that every registered engineering practitioner must attend. We are developing what we call indices of scoring index, to be able to allow anybody who attend what we designated as activities of MPD, like the AGM and conferences of all associations, of all divisions, this annual assembly, and the thematic areas that discuss the issue of disciplines. In various disciplines, where you have specialized training programs that fill the gaps that we identify. Under this department, we are going to introduce what we call progression into chartered cadre. We are going to, from now on, use the scores that every one of us will have to score in CPD to progress to become a chartered engineer, chartered technologist, chartered technician, and chartered craftsman, as is obtained globally. We want to resolve an issue that has been bedeviling our profession. The hierarchy is insidious, but we want to see a chartered engineer who has all our fellows, for instance, are chartered engineers. If a young person, is registered with either COREN or with the associations, he needs to know the pathway that he must be mentored. He must score the requisite MPD scores for him to progress. So we are going to have strata of progression up to becoming a chartered engineer, chartered technician, chartered craftsman, chartered technologist. This department is going to have a lot of issues with our key partners like ITF, to be able to drive the TVET with MBTE, with NAPTEP. We have developed the system whereby this department is going to have, like other departments, what we call inspectorate at state level and regional level, that will monitor, inspect, and monitor this issue of mandatory training by our professionals in all cadres. An example of that is we have now found a comfortable area to domicile these events, the Engineering Assembly. Hitherto, it was hanging as one of our ceremonial activities. No, now it is an item under Training and Compliance Department. And we are going to develop a lot of indices. We are going to generate database using the divisions and the associations to have everybody's record. Or we'll be scoring anybody that attend this, and we'll be able to pass to the associations scores such a person, a practitioner, has attained, whether he is qualified to move to the next grade. We are going to engage you on the graduation of the chartership for your input, but this is the way to go, because it's the global best practice everywhere that engineering is being operating in the globe. So these are issues. For instance, one of the issues we want to align ourselves with here in this council is we want to have a departure from the convention that this is a conference. This is not a conference. We are not going to mimic NSE, we are not going to mimic NATE, NICET, NAEC. This is an assembly, and we would like to solicit every year from you, what are the issues that is bedeviling the professionals in terms of practicing, whether from the upstream at the educational point, or of the practicing and the sanctioning, the application of sanctions. You tell us what are the issues that we have to put on the table that will guide us to develop the team and sub-teams of our assembly. We're not going to be talking rhetorics about conferencing. No, we will be talking about our issues. What are our remuneration? What are our salaries? What are our, we need to even, agree and develop a regulation that if a consultant is going to be engaged, what is the down payment for you to even agree to consult? This is what's happening everywhere. If any engineering practitioner is going to visit your facility or your house for a service, what is the rate of the calling you? This group has to decide on that. These are the issues that we must sit down and discuss. Let us put our eyes on our profession, on our needs and our welfare as professionals. This is what we resolve that is going to dominate the agendas of this assembly. Not conferencing, not communiquing, no, resolutions. And every year when we come back, we will ask, what have we accomplished in what we resolved last year? So that we'll be able to have a progressive tracking of what we are doing. The engineering, this is a department which all of you are aware, engineering, regulation, and monitoring. It's one of our, very active departments that is saddled, even though intuitively, that is saddled with the core mandate of enforcement. But I listened to some of the submissions yesterday. We have not really sit down as a professional group to really outline and package how we will do the enforcement through ERM. We haven't done that. We have the desire, but we haven't done that. And in that wise, we are now agreeing on 4 or 5 things that we will have to have some backward integration. We shouldn't shy away from it. We should be bold to do that. In virtually most of the sectors that are relevant to engineering, we don't have in our kitty code and standards that establish us the benchmark upon which we are going to challenge any of our colleagues for not complying with. So the first thing we have agreed that we must invest. And all of you, I want you to please comment on this particular issue. We have identified 10 sectors that we are going to pursue and make sure we have code and standard in these 10 sectors. And these are as follows. We are virtually having one under the construction industry, the National Building Code. There are a lot of debates about it. But that is the one that we are even very close to. In oil and gas, where are we? Where are these code and standard in upstream and downstream? Where are they? In communication, telecommunication, where are the code and standards? In power, where are the code and standards? Looking at the value chain. In aviation, in transportation, in manufacturing and production, in agro-allied, in mining, in maritime. These are the 10 sectors we have selected. And we have agreed that we should go back. We shouldn't shy away from it. We can either, borrow and adopt. We can domesticate. we can outrightly develop, we must have code and standards in these sectors. That's the minimal requirement we give ourselves. We must. Because as it is now, that segment is virtually vacuum. You have a vacuum there. Now, with that, what follows to allow this department to function properly is what we are doing this year, the Code of Conduct of Ethics, corresponding to these code and standards in these 10 sectors. We have the generic one that Professor Unwalu, referred to yesterday in his presentation. Very generic, but there are peculiarities in each of these sectors. And we should, as professionals, agree to detail the peculiarities in each sectors. Because those are the benchmarks. Like our colleagues yesterday mentioned, discussed, if you don't have this, the ERM, when you are going to monitor, of course, out of these two, I must say the code and conduct, the code and standard and code of conduct ethics, you develop what is our instrument, the regulations that we will gazette. Now, if you have these three, the regulation, the code of ethics, and then the regulation, then you have prepared the ERM. You must have the red lines, and you must have the corresponding sanctions. When we attempted to implement our amended acts 2 years, 3 years ago, in terms of prosecuting, the chairperson that came to lead us in the tribunal recognizes lacunas in our regulation. When we have tried and we found our colleagues guilty, what he asked was, where are the corresponding defined sanctions? And they are not there. So in the eyes of the law, even though you have gotten somebody guilty, your acts and your code, as explained by my senior colleagues yesterday, did not prescribe, did not define the sanctions you will apply. So if you apply any sanction, that person will go to court. The court of law will ask you to retract because you have not, in your packaging of what you are supposed to do, you have fall short of that. So to be able to allow the ERM to function, we must retract our steps and do the right thing, as is being globally practiced everywhere. In addition to that, we also identified one of our shortcomings as ERM. We have not developed the procedures for the ERM to function. We have not developed checklists. So if you have 10 ERMs in 10 different locations, and you ask them to go and conduct their functions, you are going to have 10 different approaches, 10 different results, because there is no standard procedure to guide them to carry out their functions. No checklist, and that we must do as well. There must be standardization, there must be uniformity. And to compound these issues, in the various sectors, there are peculiarities. So if you have ERM that is visiting a building site, the procedures and the checklists will be different from an ERM that is visiting a mining site. These are obvious things that we must recognize and that we must do. And I'm sorry to say that we don't have them now. So we must sit down and agree to go back and retract our steps and prepare the ecosystem more robustly so that we can move forward. Yeah, the cash cow department, the registration of practitioners and firms. This is where we have, these are cash cow, no doubt about it. But again, we are lagging behind. Even meeting the African standard, we are far below. We have registers, and our mandate allows us robustly to expand the scope of registers, the list of registers. Because there is that understanding that engineering profession is evolutionary. We are getting more specialized. And we should quickly move on to establish such registers that captures. But that is a minor issue. We took a study, we studied our registers currently. And I'm sure all of you know the story that I'm going to say, the inverted pyramid. We have, I think currently, if I can mention, about 44,000 registered engineers. But we have less than 9,000 registered technologists. And we also, disappointingly, have less than 3,000 technicians and less than 2,000 craftsmen. This is our reality. This is the pyramid, inverted. And we know we have a ratio. How many artisans to one technician? How many technicians to one technologist? And how many technologists to one engineer? But in Nigeria, our reality is the reverse. You have about 10 engineers to one artisan. I mean, this is complete. You can't present this in any global fora. They ask you, what are you doing? More so now that we are now members of Washington Accord and want to get into Sydney Accord and Dublin Accord. We must put our house in order. What are the issues? What are responsible for this? We x-ray that, we review that carefully, and we have identified the issues that we must sit down and empower our siblings. NSC, you are the big child. You are the first child. Nati, Nased, Naek are siblings. Koren will definitely have to sit down. We have already agreed on how to sit down and develop. Like Professor Mwal was mentioning, I was excited, but I didn't expect anything less when he was giving us the matrix of the analytical matrix that he developed. Excellent. Thank you, sir, for that. We are going to definitely go back to that and see how we can, self-evaluate ourselves in that regard. That's one dimension, correcting the inverted pyramid. But most importantly, how do we hunt for? There are many scenarios under the department. Many of our colleagues who are, I will try to summarize it quickly, who are qualified by training, but refuse to register whether with associations or registered as practitioners, are practicing. We must identify them. There are also the second group, our colleagues who are qualified, who have registered with associations and with current, but they are not updating themselves with MPD, and they are not paying their subscription, annual practicing subscription, but they are practicing. This is the second category. The third category are the criminals. They are not qualified, they are not registered, and they are practicing. And all of us are comfortable. They are taking our jobs, and they are making a very bad name to us. This department has been restructured. We are going to have what we call inspectorates at the state level and at 6 regional levels. We are going to use the associations, including ACEN, including divisions of NSC, as the foot soldiers. We are going to scan the ecosystem in the whole of this country, profession by profession, discipline by discipline, and sector by sector, to identify all these 3 categories, or even more. And we will have to marshal, like Professor Nwalu said, the force enforcement. We are going to formally write to IG within the ERM to allow us leverage on the law enforcement agencies. We must do that because other professions are doing that. We are not less. We must do that. People should know that there are consequences if you are identified as a quack. The inner quack, somebody who, if you take the horizontal quackery, a civil engineer who is diligently qualified, registered, but is practicing civil engineering. He dominates, just like Professor Nwalu explained. He will pull down somebody because he wants to cover about 6 competent areas. When his name is in the register, there is a defined area of competence. That is also quackery. And we must establish that. And we must draw what are the sanctions for quackery. We don't have that. But we must define that, as the case may be. I don't want to take too much time because I'm aware the chairman of this session has a big hammer, and I don't want to have clash with him. Good. This is a new department that doesn't exist in Koren. And I'm happy when, again, Professor Nwalu was discussing this. We cannot sit down and work as Koren without this department. Planning, research, and statistics. And I think Professor Nwalu has already, sing the song. I don't want to repeat it. We realize, basically, you can see I colored something green there, just to alert me. I, as the president, I queried. I want to see annual work plans of Koren for the last 10 years. And there wasn't. Sorry to tell you this. There wasn't. So I said, how do we package our annual budget? I was astonished for me personally. And so that reinforced our belief that we must have this department. And I also asked, do we have a strategic plan that was developed? I'm happy Dr. Kwame is here. You're welcome, sir. Yeah. And yesterday he alluded to that. Where are our strategic plans? And I'm sorry to tell you that we never had. Maybe it's there. I respect my predecessors. It's there in their minds, in their heads. Because they had an excellent leadership that they provided to Koren as at that time. But that's not good enough by the global standard. We must, every year, if nothing, have annual work plan and have strategic plan that will guide our actions in the next 5-10 years. And like Professor Nwalu also reiterated, we must generate scientific data. Because it is only data that will speak to you unequivocally. Data will never lie. You can lie to yourself when you look at the data, you ignore it. But data will speak to you. And data will guide your actions. But this department has come to stay, and we have developed. These are just summaries, highlights of the function of that department. But I believe when the eggheads, look at this and interrogate it, we're going to come out with something very fantastic. Equally important is the quality control and assurance. Again, in line with the global standards. The new structure that we're proposing of inspectorates in the 6 geopolitical zone, we are going to have zonal inspectorate headquarters, and we're going to have state inspectorates that will follow up on all our actions in all the technical departments. We are going to cascade current function, current operation at the state level. That is where we must sit down and develop the modalities and invest. We are going to use the associations, the divisions. We are going to use corporate organizations, registered, consortiums, that will allow us to deliver in this department. And like I also said, we must have annual reports. I asked the same question, why our annual reports? We never had annual report. I never seen it. We must. Just like Professor Nwalu said, performance appraisals. We must go into every sector and appraise. How are we faring? 1, 2 years. What do we need to strategize? What do we need to recreate? This is a very, very vital department. In line with the global standard of regulators. And Nigeria, we cannot be an exception. We want to align. We are already colleagues in the Washington Accord, and we'll soon be in the Sydney Accord, we'll soon be in the Dublin Accord. So we have to align ourselves with the global standards. The last department, we have it, but I think it's a minor department. What we have, the public relations. We understand its scope, and we obtain it. It's a full-fledged department now. We're doing it corporate relations and advancements. The engineering alliance that we have gotten ourselves into is under this department. Alliances, partnership, a lot of these relationships, cooperations, collaborations will have to be established internally and externally. We will, by October, whether we like it or not, have the president of the World Engineering Federation. Koren has to partner in that project because Nigeria is presenting the first engineer of the globe. We cannot be minors. There are a lot of things that we are going to do. This department, we have defined the kind of relationship we are going to develop, and we have mentioned a lot of the agencies. I want you to think about this. This roadmap was developed. We discussed it. We presented it to council before the federal government made its announcement of non-funding. We have already told ourselves that in the next 1 year, we will not go and tell the federal government, Mr. Federal Government, please cease funding us. We don't need your funding. We have already decided on that because we understand the requirements and the pressure on us to align with ourselves with the global practice, and that is financial autonomy and independence in our regulatory mandates. One of the issues that delayed us from getting admitted into Washington Accord for, I think, 4 years or 5 years, was this issue. I'm sure the chairman can when he comes to, he can, they led the group. What made us not to be admitted, I think for 4 or 5 years back, was this issue of self-financing, independent operation and regulation. We are very much aware of the burden of joining the global club. And so, like I said in my speech yesterday, it was a coincidence that the federal government is saying that they will not fund us. If they have known our roadmap, I'm sure they will exempt us, not telling us. Last week, we were invited, all of us were invited. Those that were affected were invited by the DG, budget office of the Federation. And Koren, informed the office of our desire to exit. But we appeal to them to create some moratorium for the younger ones because there are many that will crash because of what we have seen. So these are the basic reforms that we are bringing into Koren in the technical departments that will allow us to discharge our mandate more efficiently, we believe, and more effectively. We also have the second leg of the reform in Koren, that is the service departments. And the service department, as you know, administration, finance, audit, all those service departments. We have concluded the reviewing of them, and then suddenly we had this issue of non-funding. Because most of the reforms we are proposing under the service department really has to do with being more prudent, blocking leakages, deploying technologies to discharge our mandate. How do we relate with the inspectorate at state, with the inspectorate at zone, with the headquarters, All those are the issues that we really x-rayed. And then this issue came. We say, okay, let us address this issue, in harmony with the reform of the service department. And so I will the next 3 slides are these issues of non-funding. Basically, when we had the formal communication, we quickly set up a task force to do basically the following: generate IGR and expenditure data. Professor Nwalu is right. I said, we don't want sentiment and emotion. Let data speak to us. What have we been getting? And let's compare with our IGR. Where is government really supporting us? And where are we doing excellently without a dime from government? This we did diligently, and we have established the facts on ground. We also agreed, as at now, what are our revenue sources that is making us performing excellently in those areas? What are the potential areas we can multiply our IGR? Looking into the future with the new structure. Looking at the new reality. Those items I mentioned to you, outsourcing, the key functions, the key activities, to associations, to divisions, to consortium, to corporate bodies. We are going to empower ourselves while we deliver on our mandate. And I give the example of INEC with the ad hoc staffing, National Population Commission, ad hoc staffing, National Bureau of Statistics, ad hoc staffing. Who said we must have tenure staff that are going to discharge our discharge our functions, with the new structure at inspectorate, state inspectorate, and regional? Who say we must have tenure staff? We just think out of the box and we develop new modalities. How we are going to deliver, and we have done that. You will not ask me the second time. That committee did a very diligent job. Day and night they were working, and they came out with some very, very forward-looking issues. I will just speak to them. Koran is going to be a hybrid organization. Private, public quasi organizations. Our philosophy is going to change. It's going to be based on target setting, performance based. We are going to have a lot of outsourcing perspective. Our staff, we currently have about 217 and 70 something staff. And I told the staff when we had the general meeting that in the next 2 years, the staffing of Koren will be over 1,005. And they were shocked. Without the government funding, we multiply the number of staffing. They were shocked. It's not a rocket science. We are going to do a lot of outsourcing, a lot of partnership with you people in your comfort zone. You stay in your state, and we assign you, we certify you on a specific inspectorate. You go and do the work, and you get some handsome reward in terms of financial, individuals, associations, divisions, and what have you. We are going to comb the entire system, the entire country, with you as the foot soldiers, empowering you, giving you all you are expected to do. It's doable. Many are doing that. And our staff, we told them, those of you that are not ready to continue to work with Koren because you don't have government funding, as long as you are IPP person, We'll forward your name to the head of service. They can post you to another place where you'll be getting government funding, government salary. To us, it's a win-win case. We want people that are highly motivated. And I told them that our staff will be getting bonuses because it's performance-based. Some may have twice, thrice your salary they are getting now. Bet with us and you get that. We have made that promise to them. I think I've said all this. We are going to deploy technologies. We are going to realign ourselves so that our mandates are carried down to the grassroots. I've mentioned the 10 sectors in our cash cow department. It's registration of firms and practitioners. We will open those 10 sectors with you people. We know the expertise is there, sector by sector, discipline by discipline. We will invite you. We will sign MOUs with you. So we open those sectors and we will have a field day in trying to do and deliver on our mandate. These are all, fine. These are the areas of enforcement and application of sanctions. We have identified that in trying to enforce and apply the sanctions that we will redefine and reclassify, we should not miss the issue of fining and charges. We will give options. For instance, if a registered practitioner erred, and by our sanctions, we are supposed to suspend him for 2 years or 1 year, we can have equivalent monetization. If you don't want to be suspended from practicing for 2 years, give us 10 million. Oh yes, these are things that we will innovate, and that's why I said that each and every discipline will have to get ready. Koren will charge on you to demand from you to come and fill those empty spaces in terms of code and standard, code of ethics of practice, enforcement, compliance, and application of sanctions, including, the most important thing that many people don't want to say, our salaries and the remunerations as practitioners. The EcoPass issue must come back. We must sit down and deliberate on that and passion ourselves the way forward with very, very specific rates, hourly rate, daily rate, weekly, whatever we want to do. We must sit down and define those ecosystems and develop regulation that will back them, and then we'll go to anywhere and make sure that we demand for our rights as professionals. Looking into the future, I think Koren, in my humble opinion, has no better time to express itself. With your support, with your buying in, and in many cases, leading, you are the ones that will lead. I want you to appreciate the fact that Koren is a regulator. Yesterday, I listened to some of our younger ones. Often, even the senior ones, often confuse the role of a regulator and that of the associations. There are issues that Koren cannot lead, but can strategically support the associations. Advocacy issue is not our own, please. When anybody, I always hear my younger ones, what is Koren doing for us about our salary and what have you? Koren can do only one thing in salary. Sit down and develop the regulation after we have a parley with all of you. And we go on and we ask you to go and lobby and do the advocacy. The associations can shout at the government. The association can go and even sue, but the regulator cannot. So there are issues that we have to remain behind. Our last card of responsibility is to develop the regulation. If we develop regulation on salary, for instance, and the remuneration, Koren has gone to its last point. But we will support, you see how we can do the advocacy from behind. You cannot be a regulator and then at the same time, you can't do that. Once you do that, you are fall down. So please appreciate that. So we must, distinguish, differentiate the role of a regulator and that of, the association, the actors. We will be there with them. I'm sure they know. And for your information, all the associations are members of Council of Quorum. So anything we are doing, all these things I'm saying, all of them have gotten it, and they are key discussants today on this subject matter. You will hear their own perspective, I believe. I've just mentioned, I think repeated some of my strong point there. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to exceed the time allotted. I thank you very much for your audience.
Well, I don't know whether to accept the thanks or not, but clearly, you know the power of the president. Anywhere president is, he has the extra power. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope the senior ones have listened to it carefully, because we'll do the discussion after break. But I need to sound a note of, not warning, caution, that I saw someone who was excited when he said we could fine 10 million. The issue of fine is something that only court can do in Nigeria. There was a judgment recently on this FRSC who fine people on the road, and they say they have no right to fine. Ours is an ethical court, and you can therefore not sentence people. In fact, we don't call it sentence. So there are limitations to what you can do in an ethical court. But the lawyers will always like to confuse us, because even the NBA, this Legal Education Disciplinary Committee, there's a limit to what they can do also. So on this note, we'll take the presentation by former Registrar of Quorum, Engineer Wapa Camilla Maliki, FNSC, FAH, MNI, to make a presentation on the review of to take us through the highlights of the amendment to the Quorum Act. Because he is not president, I've used my power to reduce his time. Because I want us to have breaks and come back. I now see that President of NSC is here, President of Academy is here, President of NATE, I don't know who is the new President of NATE. Oh, is here also. NICET. What are NAEC? Good. And AKEN. So the presidents are here now. But it's not so much about the presidency, but about fellows of all these associations. Please be alert and see what we can do so that we can get something meaningful out of this. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman. To 40?
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the high table, that is the front row, I will say good morning to everybody. This means my presentation is premised on the fact that everybody in this hall is a practitioner, engineering practitioner, and it's also premised on the fact that we have gone through the Quorum Act, precisely the amended Quorum Act. And I will recall in 2019, we discussed the salient point of the Act. So all these background, and in continuation to all this, I want to say Nigerian engineers, and I want anybody to contest it. The current Act as it is now is the strongest in the world for regulation of engineering. And this is based on my own assumptions, but I want the assumption to be contested. The current act has given monopoly to engineering practitioners in Nigeria. And from our basic knowledge of economics, we know when you have a monopoly, we are only creating a law, a market structure that has only one seller. In the act, it says engineering in Nigeria can only be practiced by licensed practitioner, that current licensed practitioner. So what do we need? That's the monopoly. In Nigeria, even if a white man comes here and he wants to practice engineering, he must present current license. And if it is a Nigerian, he must also show the benefit that he has been to current and he has a license. So the monopoly of engineering duties, engineering activity in this country is to Nigerians. And in fact, it is to current. And that is why I didn't bother to look at the details.
Okay, sorry.
I had to now review the topic to now see how can we get prosperity out of this law? How can Nigerian engineers, how can engineering, and how can current become better? And the topic is current regulating engineering for shared prosperity. The shared prosperity is for the practitioners, for current, and for engineering. So, like I said, in the mandate of current is the best thing that can happen to engineering anywhere. I've done a research and I've looked at Engineering Council mandates, Pakistan Engineering Council, BEM, Board of Engineering of Malaysia, all these places that we look at, even China, you will see that our law for engineering has protected the practitioners. And since we all know that the big issue about the law, the name is regulation. Regulation is about law and is always issued by a government department, agency. And what we do is subsidiary legislation. In Britain, for them to have engineering council, the only person that issues a signature or approval for any law is the king. In our own democracy, the only organ of government that is in charge of law is the National Assembly. And National Assembly, because of the technical nature of engineering, it is within their power to delegate some of these technical things to institutions. That's why they delegated engineering sub-legislation to current. So any law that will come as from current is taken as a subsidiary legislation and can only be repealed or counteracted by the National Assembly. So if anybody breaches that law in a court of law, it's a breach and it can be sanctioned. So on shared prosperity, I've defined it that we are going to jointly and collectively benefit from the law. And regulation also is not new in Nigeria. It's not as if it is a creation of Nigeria. It's in all jurisdictions. Particularly engineering regulation is in all jurisdictions. Everywhere, there's nowhere that they will leave engineering and its regulation to the people to do it themselves. No. Government must be involved because it has to do with the welfare, safety, well-being, and other interests of the general public. It has to, and because we voted the government just for this purpose. The government is in place for our welfare, well-being, and other interests. So these are the reasons why we have a government. So if Koren is doing something similar to accentuate their purpose, I think Koren is also a government as it concerns engineering. And if you look at throughout the mandate, item by item, if you look at it, you will see that where we say determine who are practitioners for the purpose of this act. You know, just like I said, the law says if you have to practice engineering in this country, you must be licensed by Koren. So we now created the law to now say it is Koren that will determine who can get that license. It is in the law. So if somebody comes up and says he's an engineer, there should be a facility in Koren where you can phone or type and confirm. If it's not an engineer, that is criminal already. So going further, the law now says it is not about registration alone, because Koren is determining that you are an engineer. But for you to practice, you must have a license. Even in Britain or UK, if you want to play football, you must be licensed. So in Nigeria, when we are saying whatever you want to do as it concerns engineering, you must come up to Koren and obtain a license to do the job. And securing, in accordance with the provision of the establishment or maintenance of that register. So in Koren, we should be able to create the register and make it available on the website or somewhere, such that anywhere everybody can access and determine the identity of our practitioners. If you meet even a foreigner, in fact, there's even a condition for a foreigner to enter, and it is in this act. If a foreigner must do an engineering job, Koren must confirm that there's no competent engineer in this country that can do that work. And as part of what he's going to do, he must assure Koren that he's going to train this so number of people for so many years before Koren will issue that person a license. You can see that completely the power for engineering regulation resides in Koren. And if going through the mandate is long, and I will not waste my time trying to look at them one by one, but I want to admonish members or practitioners to maybe look at, go to the website. You can Google the Koren website, there is the act, so that we can have a discussion on this and get explanation to every item of the mandate. And you can even give query on areas where you feel Koren is not covering. So it's good if you can get to the website and find they have the act on the website, so you can pick on whichever area we will explain during the discussion. And this is not far also from the fact that to be able to, the entire thing, the whole amount of the mandate is about conduct. It's about control of conduct. And the act is also explicit on about creating good attitude from practitioners. And if you have good attitude, you can sure you are sure you do good business. So I did a SWOT analysis of the mandate. And I can see that the mandate was created out of to leverage on the strength. The biggest strength of the mandate has to do with that, to the fact that engineering is very important to development. It's is the cornerstone of development. So it's the strength, and as practitioners, we must leverage on the fact that this country cannot do without engineering if we must develop. And everybody needs engineering. That's another strength. Everybody, for whatever, from the time you wake up from your bed to the time you sleep, you will need engineering. So because of that, we can leverage to put our effect and strength in this area. There are other weaknesses, but one biggest weakness that I notice is capacity. And the mandate also identified that capacity. And they created how to develop the capacity within the mandate. There's the need for CPD. It says Koren must regularly give people annual licenses. They are not saying, in fact, we are not saying that you come and take licenses for 5 years. Annual, because within 1 year, the belief is that engineering must have moved. You must develop and follow. So because of that, at the end of every year, you must present whatever you have done to improve yourself before Koren can say, yes, you are up to date, and they give you a license. So, and it's a great challenge, and it's within the mandate. So if you approach Koren and Koren says there's no license, it can be premised on that. So we must also, as practitioners, develop capacity and make it mandatory that every year you will score points and create points that will elevate you and will make you earn the license. There are opportunities within this system, and which is the opportunity to develop the capacity. We have seriously engineers who have developed apps to make the job of engineering easy. So these are opportunities. They are there. They are available. Just Google if you want to do anything within your area. I'm not saying a mechanical engineer will now go and do a structural design. No, because there is an app for it. Koren will not support that. And I don't think practice also expect you to do that. But in your area, there are many trends. There are apps that can assist you. These are opportunities created by practitioners also. So develop yourself through these opportunities and go. And our greatest threat is quackery. And we have them. With due respect to our greatest tormentor, the consurveyors. During the amendment to our Act at the National Assembly at the public hearing, we received 34 memos from the general public, 26 from consurveyor, in different names, trying to convince the whole issue. All they were just saying is just around the same thing, because most of them, because they are in charge of funding of projects, they pay contractors. They end up owning an engineering firm, and they become contractors. So the fact that we are making a law that will now say engineering will only be done by engineering practitioners, they felt threatened. So you have architects, all of these are serious contenders that we should steer ourselves also. But because I'm doing a SWOT analysis, the threat should come from outside. So the people that are outside, that are waiting for us to fail, that are also with us, they will steal information and now use it. So please, we must also be mindful. So if you look at the mandate, it has taken care of all these opportunities, strengths, weaknesses, and threats. So, and I want us to bear that in mind and now leverage on the monopoly already granted to practitioners. I don't know. Please get to the slide, principal objectives of the, yeah. In this area, the good thing about it is that it has captured all that I said about the SWOT analysis. But the key point that I want us to bear in mind going forward is that we must know that in this country, engineering resides in Koren. They will say engineers ensuring that only registered engineers head engineering department and units. Yes, this does not mean Ministry of Works. This has to do with civil engineering department, mechanical engineering department. So if you approach Koren that your commissioner is an Arabist, best of luck. But if you approach Koren that the head of department of mechanical engineering is an accountant, aha, you have a case. And to a large extent, Koren can go as far as going to court to this, because it's within the mandate that cannot happen. So forget about whether political, administrative is, but engineering department and engineering duties are supposed to be done by engineering personnel and licensed ones. In fact, if you have your head of department who does not have a up-to-date license, he is also a quack. And it's sincerely by the new law, it is not about registration and registration alone. You must register and pay your annual subscriptions. And when you pay this, you ensure that when you pay, you must ensure that you have the license. And that's why Koren has made it so easy. You pay and you get it immediately online. So I don't see any reason, and it's not as if it's much. And I don't see it because of this funding, they increasing it. No, there are other areas where they can get money. And in Koren, the procedure, if you read it, if you read what the president presented as a roadmap, you linked it up with what has been done over the years, you see that the last administration in Koren did the practitioners' code of conduct document. They had to revise it because of some defects. Even the amended act is also due for review. So it is not, you can never have a perfect document. So we met for the elders here, the code of conduct that was issued in the 80s is different from the one we dealt with, and the last administration also revised it. It can continue to, and based on the discussion yesterday, it can even be narrowed to each unit. I heard the presenter saying it has a lot of civil job. The entire thing about Koren itself had always been a civil engineering activity. If you look at, trace the history, the starters, all those big men who started Koren are civil engineers, and so the thinking will gradually move. So it is not new. And the state ERM is now inaugurated. Most of where they are supposed to do monitoring. It is for you now that you know that every engineering activity must be manned by Nigerian licensed practitioners. If he's a foreigner, he must also be licensed. He must also be licensed, so we can go on and, as individuals, becomes monitors. Please, it's important. Koren must also, on the website, make provision for you to be able to identify a person who is not an engineer immediately. And they should be able, the law is about 4 years, or even 5. And we have not sent anybody to court, even if the case will take 30 years. Let's start a court case somehow for somebody. Let somebody, there are a lot of infractions on the law, and Koren should devote a percentage of their budget for this kind of activity, so that somebody will be busy and some people will learn their lesson. And truly, Koren has a lot of, because of, in prosecuting activities, the moment it becomes a crime, Koren cannot prosecute those people. So you have to go through the police. And because of our challenges with police, Koren went into MOU with ICPC, so that as part of their law, they can help us. And in that case, at least everybody will see a federal might in it. So, because police has to prosecute whatever all those prosecutions that you have in the mandate must be done by a police department. We must give the case to a policeman. So that is the reason why we go through police. But as it is, if we have any inkling that to think that police cannot be straightforward, then we can go through ICPC. So Koren should at least start something in that direction. Now coming to funding. Funding. Koren generates income from federal government allocation and its internally generated revenue. Make way. Pause the time then. 1. No. Go. Okay, I'm okay. One more. So foreign gets money either from federal government allocation. If you look at all the heads for money, payment of salary, I've been able to quote for 2018 from my own copy of the audited account. So I don't know what the present situation is, but from my own copy of the audited account, for salary, for salary, that is the amount we got. Capital, grant for capital project, that's the amount we got from federal government. Allocation for overhead, we got 5 million. Overhead, what they mean by overhead is for organizing even council meeting, running of our genset, running of our vehicle. The federal government only give 5 million for a whole year. We have head for 60, 20, nothing. 10, engineering failure investigation. Development of engineering curriculum, 20. Accreditation of engineering program, 20. International collaboration. All these 20s means nothing. So the only allocation that we got from federal government in this area. Next slide. And Koren now generates internally generated revenue from this S to run its process. Next. You can now see that for Koren to work, really they can do without the federal government funding, because even in the internal generated revenue, what in 2018, what we got was over 500 million. So you can be sure that if we work harder, we'll have been able to do without even that funding. But the reason behind fighting it is a different discussion. This discussion is about seeing how we can navigate through this. So it's easy for Koren to do without it, and these are the areas. This is the category in Koren. The only registration that we have is that we just register professional engineers. So you just come after 4 years, you get registered. I've checked some of our collaborators and friends. Most of them still have registration for graduate engineers. In fact, in the UK, when you graduate immediately, you can be an incorporated engineer before you come after 5 years to become charter. In Pakistan, you are called registered engineer immediately, and that is, we are going to that stage because with this OBE system, we are supposed to take entry names, the names of students that enter the department, and when they graduate, we have that name, the graduates. So immediately they are inducted, they are called registered engineers. That is in Pakistan. So when they now come, after 4 years, after training, they are now called professional engineers. That's the only time they will issue them license. These graduate engineers, they will only have a certificate and no license because they are not supposed to sign or have any seal. So if Koren can introduce it, in South Africa, there is candidate engineer. Immediately you come out, they call it candidate engineer. Immediately on graduation, there is an induction and you are called candidate engineer. When you come after 5 years, you become professional engineer. That is when you can sign and seal. And this is the same thing for technologists and technicians. So I'm advocating that Koren can get more funding if we introduce these graduate engineers area. There is another aspect of registration that is now required in Koren. There is international professional engineer. And the reason why we we are supposed to get this on is that not everybody should be qualified to say, because now that we are in IEA, we will be required to mentor some other African countries, some other countries, really. If anybody comes to Nigeria that we have to sponsor them, we become their mentors. And the people to be given this responsibility to mentor should be people who are top-notch. So Koren should create another register for international professional engineers, such that these are the category of people who are conversant with the OB requirement, who are conversant with the trends. And these are the people who will go in for this kind of assignment. So it is important that Koren looks at a situation where a registrar will be created for this kind of categorization. And that's why I differ from the president when he said charter. Charter, everything has to do with UK. UK, they are not the presidential system. Their charter is the king. So he gives whatever law, the parliament does the thing, the king. So that's why they call them charter. Charter to do, we are not in presidential system. So we should not look at categorizing ourselves in that direction, because we are not in the same system. We are the accord, that's true. But that does not mean we are practicing the same thing. We are a presidential system, so we should not look in that direction. So if we have to give category, it is better to create the international professional engineer. In fact, there is another one, professional consulting engineer. This will limit the idea that somebody, you are registered with Koren, you don't know anything about consultancy. They just give you job and you just think you can be a consultant. It's not good. There should be a way to know the cerebral level of a practitioner before you can say that person is a consultant. So Koren should look in this direction also, so that it's not everybody that comes up and because you are registered, you register today and you now take a consulting job. So if Koren does this, I don't think we have any problem. If you create this categorization, it is okay, and it will allow better comradeship. If you need an information and the thing is consultancy, you go to somebody who's qualified. It's not as if every engineer can do all areas. No, it's quackery if you think you can do everything. There is issues around under suspicion, where people, they will just register in Koren. They won't come back again. They are registered. They just go. I was listening at the Senate screening of minister. One of the nominee, he said he's a registered Koren registered engineer. That's the only thing I know about him. So they just come, and if you ask them, they will just attach the Koren certificate. Now the book should be the license. So assembly should ask him, do you have a license? Or yourself? So that is why Koren should now create sanction for backlog. If you are owing up to 5 years, you can be deregistered. It's not a serious job. Computer will do this thing. The moment that person goes online, his name will not come up. Simple. So when anybody is checking, he will just check the name, Mr. Engineer Victor Arima. It will just be missing. So, which is very, very simple, and it is the computer that will do it. So, Koren should look at in this direction, and if that person continues to call himself engineer, somebody, a busybody, who is an engineer also or practitioner can take him to court. And this should be limited to people who are below 70. That's my plea. Yes, I also notice a gap. Our current issue accreditation permit to universities for the issue accreditation permit to university to train people. Go to Alpha Bolola to train an engineer per annum, you pay 1.4 million. They will be using current license to sell engineering, and current will not derive any one kobo. If current goes for accreditation to Alpha Bolola, they will only pay the resource persons. Current does not earn anything from accreditation. It is now time for all these universities and training institutions to pay for accreditation. They should pay for accreditation because the license, they are also selling. They are using the license to sell. So current should know, create a budget head that will allow money to enter from accreditation. If you look at, there's need to also review our rates. There's need to review our rates. Really, the rates, I'm not clamoring for it. And I believe it's as based on the economy now, I think we can maintain this for the next 4 years. Go now. Professor Uche. They are not following. It's not you, it's not what. That's why I'm also. So you can see the rate. If you translate this to dollars, and the easiest opportunity for you, the easiest way to translate it is that see what current is charging the expatriate. $365,000 if it is an expatriate. Oh, it's okay, 365,000. You can see 365,000. Naira, yes. I'm saying 365,000 naira for expatriate. Where an engineer is paying 15,000. So you can see that and that 365 was derived dollar rate and with global reconciliation. So we should know.
Okay.
So, I still have that.
You don't need to finish it now.
Yes, sir. Yes. As a last source of revenue, I noticed if you look around the world also, if you have any opportunity to do an international bidding, you see most of the documents, standard form, let them go. Let them. Next, okay. No.
All right, so.
Yes, all these kind of documents, current should domesticate it. All these documents should be, we must create a regulation in current, and that regulation will make it compulsory for all these engineering jobs, and engineering documents should have current, this document, the edition of this, the version of this document. And I think the Academy of Engineering, Nigerian Society of Engineers, an institution, present consultant, can do this for current in the next 3 months, and current will have all these documents.
So
we
thank you very much for your presentation. I gave that privilege to the president. You don't enjoy it. In fact, you took more time than I gave you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You see, in Nigeria, by law, our currency is Naira. So all our computations should be in Naira. no equivalent in dollars until we start earning legitimately in dollars in Nigeria. Engineer Camilla, thank you so much. Your presentation was very, very enlightening, and I'm sure many of you now have a better understanding of the new Current Act. I feel a bit disappointed, though, that even though the act was enacted in 2018, many senior engineers are still unfamiliar with it. They do not even care. They have their own personal opinion, and they think their opinion overrides the law. That is not how things are done. Ignorance is not entertained by law. So let's acquaint ourselves with what the law says, and then we can be at peace. We have a slight adjustment to the program. I have allotted 5 minutes, please, to EAC to make a presentation. I want to remind Professor Olorunmaye, the chairman of EAC, that 5 minutes is 5 minutes. In fact, 5 minutes is 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Because I will stop. Anybody who is presenting, come here. The way we did in Taiwan, we know we did 5 minutes for 5 minutes. If you do outside 5 minutes, I will stop you. The way I stop Camilla now. So I don't know who is presenting. Can the person come up now? Okay, the deputy chairman of EAC is presenting. Whoever is presenting should come now, and when it's 5 minutes, it should be less than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we show the slide? I will try my best to make sure that I finish in 5 minutes. My initial plan was to talk for 1 hour. But I will compress everything and summarize. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, President of Koren, members of the High Table, all protocol observed. As you can see, the title of my presentation is the issue of Koren's membership of Washington Accord. And this is one of the most important developments in Koren. Koren has 2 important years. 1970s, when the Koren Act was enacted, and 2023, when Koren joined Washington Accord. It's very important because for the first time now, we joined the global community. So I'll briefly talk about the meaning of that membership, and importantly, the implication for the practitioners, because we all need to own it and understand what we need to do. At the end of this presentation, in 5 minutes, these are the outcomes that you should take home. Next slide shows the outline of my presentation, which I will not go through one by one. Next slide shows the Washington Accord, why it matters. In case you don't know, I want to just summarize quickly. This slide shows the membership of Washington Accord. If you look at the top line, it's showing the Washington Accord that was developed in the year 1989 for engineers. And because of the benefit, subsequently other accords were developed. Sydney Accord and the Bloom Accord for technologists and technicians. And if you join Washington Accord, as you can see that bolded line, there are certain graduate attributes that all engineers from member countries must exhibit this attribute in terms of knowledge, skill, and attitude. So this is very important because by joining, we agree that our engineers from Nigeria have this attribute and we must comply with this requirement. Next slide shows differences between Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and the Bloom Accord. Importantly, we have key requirements for any country that's a member of Washington Accord. It requires in-depth knowledge that allows fundamentally based principles and analytical approach in the education of engineers. I will not go into detail,
Next. Now, for this membership, we have two types of membership. Now we are very happy we are provisional member of Washington Accord, which means we have explained to Washington Accord what we do. Next, we have to demonstrate doing that in practice. And we are going to be among these countries. Again, I will not go into detail. It started in 1989 with 6 countries: UK, US, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, and Australia. And because of the importance of the accord, many countries joined later. And in 1989, South Africa was the only country from Africa. And I'm very happy today with the effort of the past president and the current president. June this year, Nigeria joined the Washington Accord. Now, why it is very important? Why does it matter? Point number one, as I said earlier, there are expected graduate attributes for any engineer worldwide. Now, for the first time, Nigeria must comply with these expectations. And there are clear attributes. I will not go into details. There are about 12. And let me look at number one, that any engineer from Nigeria must have engineering knowledge, which means that engineer must be able to apply knowledge of mathematics, sciences, engineering fundamental to solve what? Complex engineering problem. Now, the implication for professors and practitioners is that when we solve problems, it must be real, live, complex problem. It's no longer acceptable for you to give homework or project for someone to go and copy from the copy center. It must be real, live, complex, based on their level, 100 level, 200 level, etc., until they graduate. This is very important. I will not go into each of them, but you can see the implication for number one. Number two, the engineers must be able to analyze and solve problems. And this is our key limitation in Nigeria. We have engineers that cannot actually engineer anything. So by joining Washington Accord, we are forced to comply with this requirement, problem solution. And look at next one, designing, etc., etc. I will not go into details, but you can see the benefit and the implication for joining the Accord. Next, you can see they must be able to investigate and get ideas, get solution to problems. They must be able to use modern tools. It's no longer acceptable to have engineers in the department or the university having rudimentary or old equipment. They must be modern. Otherwise, you don't meet the requirement of Washington Accord. Next slide shows the next three. We must be able to look at the issue of environment and sustainability, which is a global drive these days. They must work in a team, because worldwide now we are working across culture, across religion. So engineers must be able to work across team. So you must demonstrate in your program that you are training them to work in teams. Next three, the last one is the most important on this slide. Engineers must imbibe the habit of lifelong learning. One thing about knowledge today is very perishable. Whatever you know today, it can be something new tomorrow. So our engineers must be trained so that once they graduate, they have that capacity to engage in lifelong learning on their own, which is very important. So they can now update their knowledge and they can meet the expectation of their profession. Next slide shows the second important reason why we join Washington Accord is this issue of complex general problem. Next slide shows, in summary, from the previous slide shows requirement of complex. Can we go backward? Just to emphasize one point regarding the complex general problem. Can we go back just one more slide back? I don't like this, and we go back. Are you going forward or back? I'm taking out these minutes from my time.
I don't know what is it. Okay.
Okay, so let me summarize.
For
At the end, Next slide. So as you can see, before this was last slide, second to the last, just to summarize my story.
Pro, we thank you very much for the
Okay,
presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
During discussion, you can still talk.
Thank you very much.
Because, like he rightly says, provisional signatory of Washington Accord is a flagship event, and we cannot over-discuss it. But, you know, it's a case of climbing to the top. Remaining there is critical. That is what is very critical at this point. We must climb there. People are already benefiting from being in provisional signatory status. Somebody contacted me. They are beginning to accept current certificate now in UK and a few other places. But that is not even the critical thing. The critical thing is that we believe that we are putting in a lot of hard work under very difficult conditions in Nigeria, and that needs to be rewarded anyhow. And that is the key thing. But going forward, we need now to improve and work even harder so that we can stay where we have pushed ourselves to. On that note, I want to bring this presentation to a close for us to have tea and come back to discuss. When we come back, the presidents of all the associations, including the academy, will come and sit here and interrogate the presentation from the president of Koren, and also if there are interventions in what former registrar of Koren said, you can. But the critical thing we are interrogating is the presentation by the president of Koren, the roadmap. I thank you very much. There's some house cleaning work that will be done, and I'd like to invite delectable MC Faith Oche.
Thank you very much, sir.
Our own in-house excellent MC from Koren.
Thank you. I deserve a round of applause, I think so. I'm honored, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So the President of the Council, Engineer Professor S.Z. Abubakar, FNICFN, is going to make a quick presentation to our keynote address speaker from yesterday, Engineer Dr. Kwame Boakye. Can we have you upstage, please? Can we give him a round of applause as he comes up? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest speaker of yesterday, who undoubtedly energized the podium yesterday, and reminding us of who we are and what we should be and where we should go. We want to publicly and present to him important that he indeed came and reminded us of what we should do as engineering professionals that are Pan-Africanists. We want to please present to Dr. Kwame Boakye. You know, yesterday he's corrected us. Engineer, I think also a Nigerian consulting engineer, somebody who has been in this country, you know, managed and directed our only mighty backbone, not only being the also being now the backbone connectivity network. We really want to appreciate you, and I think it's a good display of the fluidity of of engineering professionals across the globe. And I think Dr. Kwame has demonstrated the for the last decades by being present and employing his expertise in that critical sector of communication and helping in Nigeria to really catch up in the diaspora. I want to, on behalf of all engineers in this country, want to appreciate you and want to celebrate you and congratulate you for reminding us and making us be awake to our responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give them a round of applause for a fantastic presentation? Please let's keep clapping until they get to their seats. Thank you. So we convene at 12:30 to continue the session. So we're going to break out now for tea break and we'll be back at exactly 12:30. Thank you.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should crumble and fall, all the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
The falling leaves drift by my window. The autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear old winter's song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall. The autumn leaves drift by the window. The falling leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. But since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear old winter's song. But I miss you most of all, my darling. When autumn leaves start to fall. fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. But until that morning, there is nothing can harm you. With Daddy and Mammy standing by.
As I hear it this morning,
Summertime and the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. So hush, little baby, don't you cry.
Oh, the jack has pretty teeth, dear, and he shows them a pearly white. Just a jackknife, as Mac Heath did, and he keeps it out of sight. When the shark bites with his teeth, dear, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, though, with my keys, dear, so that's not a trace of red. On the sidewalk, Sunday morning, lies a body oozing life. Someone sneaking round the corner. Is there someone Mac tonight from a tugboat by
cement bags drooping down. Yeah, the cement's just for the weight, dear. Bet you Mackey's back in town. Looky here, Louis Miller disappeared, dear, after drawing out his cash. And Mackey spends like a sailor. Did our boy do something rash? Suki Tawdry, Jenny Diver, Lottie Lanyard, Sweet Lucy Brown. All the light forms on the right, dears. Now that Mackey's back in town, take its ash. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you'll find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way, you'll find us with no curves of the world far behind us. Yeah, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love.
Hello? Please, all deans from any university should come to the right, left here and collect
a booklet for your department. Deans of Faculty of Engineering from any university, please. We are waiting for you there. Thank you.
Sailboat, I would sail you to the shore. If you were a river, I would swim you. If you were a house, I would live in you all my days. If you were a preacher, I'd begin to change my ways. Sometimes I believe in fate, but the chances we create always seem to ring more true. You took a chance on loving me, I took a chance on loving you. If I was in jail, I know you'd spring me. If I was a telephone, you'd ring me all day long. If I was in pain, I know you'd sing me soothing songs. Sometimes I believe in fate, but the chances we create always seem to ring more true. You took a chance on loving me, I took a chance on loving you. If I was hungry, you would feed me. If I was in darkness, you would lead me to the light. If I was a book, I know you'd read me every night. If you were a cowboy, I would trail you. If you were a piece of wood, I'd nail you to the floor. If you were a sailboat, I would sail you to the shore. If you were a sailboat, I would sail you to the shore.
When I fall in love, it will be forever, or I'll never fall in love. In a restless world like this is, love has ended before it's begun, and too many moonlight kisses seem to cool in the warmth of the sun. When I give my heart, it will be completely, or I'll never give my heart. And the moment I can feel that, you feel that way too, is when I fall in love with you. And the moment I can feel that, you feel that way too, is when I fall in love with you.
Sunrise, sunrise, looks like morning in your eyes. When the clock's held 9:50 for hours. Sunrise, sunrise, couldn't tempt us if it tried. 'Cause the afternoon's already come and gone. And I said,
A quick announcement, please. We have the case of a missing bag. Somebody dropped his bag on his seat and came back and didn't find the bag, and he has his keys in his bag. So if you see any bag that doesn't belong to you, or you realized you picked somebody's bag by mistake, please bring it to me, or you give it to anyone on the right side of the PR on the right side of the hall. And I'd like to also urge everyone to, wherever you're going, go with your bag, or entrust it to somebody that you're sure will take care of your bag. Please do not leave your bags on your seats. Do not leave your valuables on your seat. Wherever you go, go with your bag and your valuables. Thank you.
Covered down on me again. Ooh, and if I'm right, is the only way to bring me back. Ooh. name, and I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away. It'll always be this way. Oh, sweet love, hear me calling out your name, and I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away. It'll always be this way. Whoa, sweet, sweet. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, sweet love, sweet love. Ooh, sweet. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, sweet love.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. No, I know, 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 I know. Hey, I ought to leave young thing alone, but ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
The whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, of my head, and what you never shed to me. I remember all that you said. You told me love was too plebeian, told me you were through with me. I know you say you love me. Well, just to prove that you do, why don't you cry me a river? Cry me a river, 'cause I cried a river over you, over you. You say you love me, but you lie. You say you love me. Well, just to prove that you do, come on and cry me a river. Oh, cry me a river, 'cause I cried a river over you. I cried a river over you. It's that old devil called love game. Gets behind me and keeps giving me the shock again. Put a ring in my eyes, tears in my dreams, and rocks in my heart. It's that sly old son of a gun again. He keeps telling me that I'm the lucky one again. But I still have that ring, still have those tears, and those rocks in my heart. Suppose I didn't stay, ran away, wouldn't play the devil, what a potion he would brew. He'd follow me around, build me up, tear me down, till I'd be so bewildered I wouldn't know what to do. Might as well give up the fight again. I know darn well he'll convince me that he's right again. When he sings that siren song, I just gotta tag along with that old devil called love. He'd follow me around, build me up, tear me down, till I'd be so bewildered I wouldn't know what to do.
know darn well he'll convince me that he's right again. When he sings that siren song, I just gotta tag along with that old devil called love. With that old devil called love. I waited till I saw the sun. Don't know why I didn't come. Left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I could fly away. Instead of kneeling in the sand, catching teardrops in my hand, my heart is drenched with wine. But you'll be on my mind forever. Out across the endless sea, I would die in ecstasy. But I'll be a bag of bones, driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched with wine. But you'll be on my mind forever. Something had to make you run. Don't know why I didn't come. I feel as empty as a drum. Don't know why I didn't come. Oh, don't know why I didn't come. Don't know why I didn't come. Crazy, I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy, crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you want. What in the world did I do? Oh, crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you. Crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you.
Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently that when she passes, each one she passes goes, ah. But he watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at he. Watches so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at he. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. She doesn't see. She doesn't see.
My funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, you make me smile with my heart. Your looks are laughable, unphotographable, yet you're my favorite work of art. Is your figure less than Greek?
your mouth a little weak when you open it to speak? Are you smart? But don't change a hair for me, not if you care for me. Stay, little Valentine, stay. Each day is Valentine's Day. Is your figure less than green?
quick announcements, please. There's been a bag swap. Somebody picked up another person's bags from the stage here when they were taking pictures. There's a bag belonging to Adibeli Sonichuku Awele. The bag you're with is not yours. Please come over to the secretariat and pick your bag and return the one you have to the owner. I'd like to call everyone back to order. We'll be beginning very shortly. Thank you. Adibeli Sonichuku Awele. Adibeli Sonichuku Awele.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we settle down? It's my pleasure to announce the arrival of His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Good afternoon, distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to commence the second session of our meeting for today. May I request the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Eze Abubakar, to join the chairman of the session. And it's my pleasure to also invite the other presenters, the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Tasiu Sahad Gidari Wode, to come and take his seat. Mr. President, sir, President of Koren, please, let's put our hands together for the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. Let me also the President of NIAC. Please, can you discuss, please? The President of Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, ACE. Please, can we put our hands for him? On that, also invite the President of the Academy of Engineering, Engineer Professor Azikiwe, on Can we put that for him? Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hand over to the chairman of this session to continue from here. Thank you.
Welcome back. Hope you had a beautiful tea break. I'd like to also specially welcome fellow of the society, professional in politics. I want to welcome you home. And thank you. The country, yesterday we had the opening ceremony, and today is the family forum. We had the presentation earlier by the President on the roadmap. That is constant. We're moving from 1970 to now with a lot of change. The new leadership to bring some change also is good. So he brought the map, presented the House. We got the former to highlight the new act, the key points in the new acts. Thereafter, we had the Engineer Accreditation Committee to give us progress on the Washington Accord project. We say we will not discuss any of those. We'll go and have our tea and come back. And they told us we were coming. We want you to be part of that discussion. Map, the issue of what we're asking now and the road to becoming permanent member of the Washington Accord. Huh? Okay, all right. Presidents of the association, Your Excellency, I want to, Engineer MB Shehu, can you sit with the brother, the distinguished governor, the governor of, so you can also share with him some of the things going on in WFAO, Nigeria's position and everything. Engineer MB Shehu is the president-elect of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. So in October, he becomes number one. Okay, back now, presidents of the associations, I want to plead with you that you will not have the luxury of extensive elaboration, but and then the issue, of course, you elaborate those. Please don't invest so much time so that we can have meaningful discussion. But we see the floor to those in the board, especially the senior colleagues, so even the not so senior. That's my plea. So when I say stop, President of NC, I know you have power. Mr. President, I know you have power. Please, when I say stop, please stop. Nice set is not. The nice set is your honorary fellow, so you can. So please, all of you, I'm indebted to you one way or the other. I can, all of you, please let's make it smooth here. On that note, wait. But before we go, one very important guest in this hall is also a family. When we wanted to amend the current act, we had several people that assisted us. Some champions, they stood up to bear their names in the National Assembly. And I don't do this to rush why. I want to Ajibola, former members of Representatives. Please come, let's come on here, take a bow. Let's everybody see. Take a bow. Thank you very much for your kindness and being a proud engineer. Okay, now go to the introduction of the President of NIC. And you only have, see your time there. We have to start this discussion.
With due respect to all protocols, my name is Honorable Umar Usman Mekwinkele, F. Naik. No, they don't need. Yes, I don't. National Association of Craftsmen. First and foremost, I want to give glory to Almighty God. I adore Him. I thank Him for giving us a courageous, visionary leader in person of AZ, President of Koren. I, on behalf of the National Association of Engineering Craftsmen, congratulate and commend your effort for drafting the roadmap for Koren within the short time you assume office as the president. This is a value addition to Koren. Sir, number one. I will want to score on some of the responsibilities assigned to the departments created in the roadmap. One of them is training and compliance. There, the roadmap categorically mentions that as we engage the, on a collaboration assess the quality and standard of training of technical colleges. Here, what I want to add is that technical college is a formal sector where engineering craftsman receive his knowledge. Today, we also have the Innovation Enterprise Institute and the Innovation Enterprise Institute. This is private-driven institutions that award national certificates, innovation certificates. They should also be included in the map for assessment. Also, if you go to the registration department, one responsibility is that Koren, we have a joint accreditation as and Koren. Now, saying as engineering craftsmen is that technical college and MBA should have joint accreditation team technical colleges. As to the I will not. Because the number of technical colleges on the reduction from 159 November 2022, we have accredited technical colleges. So using, I guess, they are senior conventional senior school at on the list. So another issue is that most of these technical colleges, they have function. The number of students into technical colleges are reducing. Another factor in the technical college is the technical college is that our teachers do not pay much emphasis on the hands-on. They pay emphasis on theory just for the purpose of academic progression. We are supposed to have more skill than the theory.
I thank you very much.
The time is. Look at. Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity given to me, and we have keyed into the roadmap, and we'll try our possible best to see to the actualization of this roadmap. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, for President, just look at this screen here to show you how you are doing. President of NATE, please. Your time starts now.
Current President, the Chairman.
Please ignore protocol. Just deal with your.
Let me start by saying that I appreciate this opportunity. Talking straight into the roadmap as presented by the current President. On education and accreditation, NATE Alliance tie. And we ask for delay outcome-based engineering education, OE, in polytechnics, so that Nigeria can join the Sydney Dublin Accord for engineering technologists and engineering technicians. We also propose that emphasis should be on focus and implementation of for our engineering students. This will make students to be practical oriented. On the issue of inverted pyramid, we appreciate the effort of the President that this year the letter of release have included other cadres in the letter, the engineers, the technology technicians and craftsmen. And we also appeal that we should be able for the inverted pyramid to be reversed. The removal of the dichotomy between HND and GSC should be pursued. And also, engineering technology should be given stamp and seal to seal jobs within a specific limits. There is nowhere a HND holder cannot design a bungalow. So we appeal to Koren to give us a limit of design and for stamp and seal within certain limits. We are also asking that in a conference like this, technology should be given a paper to present. The craftsmen and the technician don't understand the language. Technologists understand the language. The technicians and the craftsmen will understand the language of the technologies because they work directly under us. So we wish, as an addendum, we wish to advocate for the establishment of National Polytechnic Commission to take care of works of the Polytechnic and allow NDT to focus on technical colleges, just like we have the university, we should have the National Polytechnic. Also wish to advise that we interface with authorities to create a salary structure for engineering personnel. And when we are talking about engineering personnel, it's not only the engineers that salary structure from craftsmen, engineering craftsmen, technicians, and technologies should be carried out. We are to convocate a special stakeholders meeting of it in engineering. Finally, to assure the President of that NATE will continue to work with Koren to achieve the roadmap as we in the roadmap. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much for for keeping to time. I want to please get a link to Sydney Accord. Some of the requirements of best practice are all there. Because like we heard the presidency yesterday, we have decided to take the three of them at the same time. But we have the Sydney Accord to take. Going forward, who has to be equal and applicable in the world. No longer set our own rules. So if you can send a link to your members, they will understand what the requirements are, expectations. I thank you for your thoughtfulness and your forthright. May I invite now of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, the Apex Engineering Body in Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. I think I speak a lot today. But the strategic plan, which the President of current presented, is a very wonderful document. And I believe that if we are able to implement it, we go better for engineering. One of the things that people say, which I see, is that Nigeria does not lack in policy and plan. That the best challenge, the most challenge is implementation of policies, implementation of plans, and so on. And yesterday, somebody also asked that question, actually this morning, not yesterday. What if you start a wonderful plan and after, is it 5 years or how long is current presidency? If it's 5 years, 4 years, what happens after 4 years? How do we ensure sustainability? So one of the points I would like to make is that we must find a way to ensure sustainability of this plan. In other words, as we implement the plan, we should also find a way. I don't know if it's there. I can't claim that I've read the document very well. We have to find a way to ensure sustainability, to ensure that at the end of this tenure, we can move on with this and even improve on it. Of the plans that are in place, I think the one that interests us most would be the plan to have a Department of Planning, Research, and Statistics. And this is really very good because you find that what makes institutions strong, and I must make this point, part of our problem as a country is that we have very weak institutions all over, from educational institutions to regulatory bodies to our major challenge is that our institutions, some of the institutions that become strong because of maybe we are lucky we have a strong personality. But we must get to the point where institutions, and the only way you can have a strong institution is you have a very strong Department of Planning, Research, and Statistics. This is where you can know where you're going. Now, strategic plan. How do you monitor this strategic plan? How do you make sure the implementation is going on? I presented, you see that I tried was qualitative, but we'll be able to do quantitative, and then that will now enable us implement this plan using data approach. In other words, if we have criteria, if we have benchmark, if we have, how are people complying? How are people implementing what we are trying to do? We are not too happy with the ERM, but as we now reform ERM, we must put in place systems that can capture what is going on, so that whether it is quarterly, annual basis, we'll be able to monitor what we are doing and improve on what we are doing. The other part of the plan that's very interesting is moving activity points to this. Sometimes we deceive ourselves and do things, but where is the point? The action point is down the states, down the local government, down the cities. And so I was really very glad when the president moving activities to cities. That don't necessarily require having permanent staff, because we have all of you, we have in different parts of the country, and so the workforce that you require is there. So I think that's one area that I think is really very good, to mobilize our members, the different categories of engineering personnel, and then use them to implement what we want to implement. Failure of engineering programs over the engineering project, and we cannot allow this to continue. The other point I want to make before I take my seat is the issue of engineering finishing schools. This, as CC was mentioned, this is a very important program that started, and somehow it has not been funded. I want to believe that with the new funding structure that current is planning, that we should be able to fund city, so that we have the kind of thing that those in medical field, those who are medicine, what they do when they finish, they have 1 year of actual practice before they now go into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy you brought the CC discussion here again. We had it as an after meeting discussion. I want to say it here in the presence of everybody that CC never started, unfortunately, because when it was initiated, the budget, estimated budget then was 200 million, but and there was nothing they could do. So they left the money there in the account on the return to the treasury. Since then, nothing has been allocated. So CC never really started. Anyway, I thank you very much. May I invite the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers?
Thank you. Yes, the roadmap was drafted and brought to council by the president, and council approved it. By that, the Nigerian Society of Engineers was fully part of the roadmap. We have made our input to that. What I'm going to talk about is what are we doing to implement it as Nigerian Society of Engineers. So it is our document because we are 100% part of it. So for the devolution of operational powers to the states, Korean has done well. It has been using the branches of the Nigerian Society of Engineers in ERM. And that is what made it feel, look, we have to go down to the states and zones. So we are very much at home with that, and it has been a part of our operations. The course and standards lecturing in the that's going to be part of our curriculum is very important for us. For long, NSE has been running codes and standards committees, and we have been advocating that codes and standards should be taught in our engineering curriculum. So now that Koren is coming up, that I'm working with NBTE and NUT, it is a very welcome development which Nigerian Society of Engineers is going to learn to lend help on that. There are some areas at the present said, sometimes regulators try to move into operations. So I have seen somewhere where someone was asking, is Koren having some services, some products to sell? Selling of products should be left to the operators. Mr. President, selling of products should be left to the operators. As a regulator, you are not expected to sell anything. So your documents should be free. All whatever you are giving us should be free. It's part of our practicing license, cost of practicing license. So I believe the Nigerian Society of Engineers has given all its support to Koren and will continue to do that. We have 6 representatives on the Koren Council. So virtually we are the Koren Council. So if anything comes out of Koren, we will only have to say, yes, we agree. So thank you so much.
Mr. President, Mr. President of Koren, President of NSE, my president, I will make a special request. Our brother who just joined us is pressed for time. Like I said earlier, he came in from outside the country and moving here. We thank you for remembering home. Yesterday, we had your colleague, Governor Zulum, with us, and we took a lot of his time. And he assured us that he was still one of us. And in Borno, 90% of his projects are done by Borno engineers. And I know we are doing the same thing in Nasarawa. I want to take time out of our schedule now to invite His Excellency Engineer Sule to talk to us for a few minutes so that he can go and rest.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry you already said, but you know, as a governor, I don't have a choice. I must respect what I'm seeing here. So, as a President Koren, Professor Sadiq Abubakar, who is a fellow in various areas, the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, who President here, my dear brother, the President-elect of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, Engineer Mustafa Balarabe Shehu. I see so many of my colleagues, you know, CEOs of private organizations, government establishments also who are here, distinguished members of Koren and other organizations, members of the press, young engineers, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I think first and foremost, it's really a great honor that you're giving me this opportunity. Like you said, actually I had over 10 hours journey. I flew actually 15 hours from Houston to Doha, and stay almost another 7 hours. We had 8 hours flight. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. There's no rest. Immediately I leave here, I'm going straight into another meeting. It's not that I'm going to rest. First, I want to sincerely appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. I did everything possible to ensure that at least today I'm at this event, because I hold this event very highly and it means a lot to me to be here. And I became more excited on arrival at the event when I saw, you know, the kind of patronage, the gathering, all people who have really been able. Though I'm not surprised, because for the last 3 months, nearly every 2 days, I send an email, you know, reminding me about the date of this event. That's the reason why I built it into my trip, to ensure that I'm actually, whoever planning the event have done a wonderful job. I want to commend you, actually, for that. One thing that I love so much about the event is about the team, because the team is actually apt. It is apt in the sense that today, for the first time, you know, we're having a president-elect of World Congress of Engineering Organization. The first person ever that we are having happens to be a Nigerian. And it means a lot to us, because the important as we are taking is big steps, we also make statements with them, similar to with implementation. So we want it to go like that, that we have had another 4 years or 5 years of presidency at the world platform, and we have not been able to do something significant that we will be able to tell. So it's very, very important that we give the president maximum cooperation, and I'm happy with all the various leaders that we are having, with all these ideas that we are putting forward. Let's make sure the ideas are in order and they are going. Secondly, you have a President Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has just come, and he is dying to make a change. He wants to make a change by whatever means that Nigeria moves to the next level. So these are the kinds of organizations that will help this government to make that change. So I love the idea of new policies. I know the idea of a roadmap, and I love the idea of the agitation that now we shouldn't just have policies, we should also have proper implementation that will be monitored, will be checked, will be ensured that we are going in the right direction. Very important that the moment we don't just disperse and wait until the next year. We come out with whatever what we must follow that they implement. We have a president that is willing to implement. You have a lot of your colleagues and also as members of the National Assembly and State Assembly who are interested also to ensure they make a change. So we ask you to join us and help us to make this change. And I think we should be able to make change together. I want to just say a little bit, because you have mentioned about what we are doing in Nasarawa State. Yesterday, my brother, Professor Zulum, was here. And I'm sure you know what he told you when he said 90% of the contracts are being done by people from Borno State. He is right. In my own case, I cannot beat my chest to say 50% are being done by engineers from Nasarawa State, but I can tell you 90% is being done by engineers from Nigeria. Because Nasarawa, unlike some of these other states in the deep north, is actually a state that has the longest proximity with the capital. And in some local government areas like Karu, you even have more Nigerians who are not from Nasarawa State living here than people from Nasarawa State that are living in Karu local government. So because of that, we can't restrict it to the people of Nasarawa State alone. We own it. And a good example that I will tell you is a company called Centerfield. Centerfield is actually owned by a Yoruba guy. I don't even know which state he comes from. But he's the guy who is doing all the dualization and one of the best bridges that we have seen in Nasarawa State right there in Kefi. When I was a group managing director in Dangote, before I became a governor, I had the opportunity of working with people from all parts of the country. And one of those happens to be a lawyer, a renowned lawyer called Professor Konya Ajayi. On becoming a governor, I gave him the opportunity to be the chairman of our Investment Advisory Council, and he accepted. we were able actually to bring in, he happens to be from Ogun State. And the advisory council is the one that gave us most of the advice and the direction that we have been able to implement. And most of the investments you see coming into Nasarawa State is as a result of the advice that we received from that council. And 60% of the members of that council are not from Nasarawa State, but they are Nigerians. And they are people who believe in Nigeria. And those are the kinds of issues that we are getting. So I happen to be a practical engineer because I started by going to technical school. So I went to a technical school, a government technical college, Bukud Pride, where I actually did. And Nigerians sometimes don't know what we have until we lose it. Immediately after technical school, C&G, C&G Part 1. On arrival in Hinton, in Terre Haute, Indiana, Indiana State University, I came to realize some of the things I did actually in the second year of our own technical school, where the kind of things that are doing in our first year at the university. So you come to realize that we do so much. When the chairman mentioned about the reduction we are having in our technical institutions, especially at the secondary level, and I agree with you, because after leaving technical school, land, going to the university, it was very easy for me to get a job in the US, even though I didn't have the proper papers to have a job. I could practically do shielded metal arc manual. I was able to get a job. There are kind of things about the implementation that we are losing. And I give you a practical example of Nasarawa. In Nasarawa, it was actually created at Plateau State in the year 1996. And in the year around 2002 precise. So from 2002 all the way to 2018 when I became the governor, 17 years, we had a polytechnic that didn't have one technical education accreditation. So we had just a polytechnic without technical education. Those were the problems that we had. So it was on arrival that I said no. Current Nigerian Society of Engineers, the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers will not forgive me to hear that I became a governor and I finish without accreditation of technical education. So today, we do not only have 4 technical courses that are accredited, we also have a faculty of engineering at the Nasarawa State University in Kefi. And we are not just having these institutions, we are having practical institutions where you do not just go to learn theory, but you can also learn the technical aspect of it. So that's why we have the equipment that are necessary, and including some of the latest equipment that you can think of. So it's very important for us, as we acquire this education, to also have the skill. I love what the president, the first, is it the second president, mentioned, about the skill that is required. Because today, part of the problems we have in this country, when I was working for Dangote, we were thinking of building this same refinery that we commissioned early this year. And you will be shocked that when we were doing that, the first 4,000 technicians actually had to be imported from India because we did not have the required technicians in Nigeria with the certification that was there. So they have to be brought in from there. But they were brought in with a special requirement that they must also train some of the engineers that are here, and that some of the technicians that were here, and that was part of the requirement. So I was in the US when I saw the criticism that Dangote ended up having 8,000. I work in the oil and gas field, for instance. There is no way, if you do not have certification, anybody will give you a job. to go ahead and be in an oil field with pressures of 2,000 psi and above. So you don't go and make a mistake and blow out a BOP and at the end of the day kill so many people. So sentiments will not be there. And that was part of the reason why a refinery that has so many pressure units cannot afford to be built by people without proper certification. So I'm happy that we are doing the right thing now. We are following up the way it's supposed to be. But please, let it not stop at this event. Let us finish this event and take it to a level of implementation. And I promise you, you will find me in front as one of your students that will follow you to support you in doing this. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I thank you so much, and may God bless you. I will at least wait and hear 2 or 3 others before I leave. I don't want to just talk and leave. I'm enjoying some of the conversations.
Thank you
so
very
I will
much.
hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. No, after the decision, we'll take the decision. After. This is not going now. Okay, ACAN President, please. I hope you do the same way that the President of NSC is. Just try it and see.
Good afternoon. My name is F. Ajibade-Uke, President of ACAN. Just want to make one point about ACAN. ACAN operates in Nigeria and is recognized all over the world because it is a member of the Federation for Consulting Engineering Worldwide, FIDIC. When we did have the roadmap flash in June, we discussed it robustly in ACAN. And actually, we are happy that whatever has been discussed today is part of the things that we think can be done. We also are aware of the fact that government is trying to withdraw, I say trying, to withdraw the funding of COREN. I'm very happy to note some of the discussions yesterday. And we are of the opinion that, yes, COREN should be autonomous, and whatever comes from any other source, be it government or anything, should be additional to the revenue of COREN. Now, we have been working closely with COREN on so many issues. It was discussed that EcoPace is a problem. And in fact, ACAN was given, you must go through the mill, and the mills are very tough. So we need people that we can trust, that we know are engineers, that we know are consultants in the real sense of it. So I'm asking that this issue of ACAN not registering consulting engineers should be revisited. We are also very much into training, and we have placed our facilities with COREN. We do FIDIC training, we do other training, we do other professional training, we even do business training. So please, we will place it at the doorsteps of COREN, and we will be able to make sure we train people. We even will train our men to do what is right and what is expedient. CPD, one of us led the team that work on CPD, and we are ready to help in the installation. ACAN is very good in CPD administration, and we place our facilities at the
Engineering Accreditation Committee to share some highlights on Washington Accord, Sydney and Dublin Accords, their significance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm back to complete where I stopped last time. The important point is the fact that Koren now has joined the International Engineering Alliance. This alliance has three components. The first one is Washington Accord, Agreement for Engineers on Education, Training, and Accreditation Process. Then we have Sydney for technologists, and then we have Dublin for technicians. For the Washington Accord, Korean has been working for the last 5 years, and for the Washington Accord, they have very clear requirement. Say what you do, and then do what you say. And for the initial part, they will be able to join as provisional member. You have to show what you do. And we submitted about 5 that was last June, and they accepted this. Our one is we share our curriculum in terms of BMAS. We share our accreditation, the way we conduct our accreditation. We also share with the Washington Accord our program evaluators manual, how we evaluate and train our evaluators. We also invited Pakistani authority on engineering, and then Malaysia, to come and see what Nigerians were doing, and the fact that so the nomination was from Pakistan and Malaysia. And finally, there was a meeting where we show all these documents, and based on that, this show what we do. And Nigeria now is a provisional member. We have 2 years or 4 years now to transition into full member, and that's why we have a challenge. And for all engineering practitioners, we should be to transit to review process. UK will come and see how do we teach, how do we assess, and how do we conduct accreditation. Once they are convinced that we are substantially equivalent, and this is a very important word we have to underline, we have to show that we are substantially equivalent in our teaching, in our policy and procedure, and then now we become full member. And we'll be very happy that in that membership because USA, UK, Canada, and many other countries are that. And later on, as mentioned earlier, Korea will now concentrate on the Sydney and Dublin. And I'm very happy already the Korean president and other members have been working on improving the technical education. And now we'll go from the classroom, curriculum, the assessment process, the accreditation process, to make sure that also technical education complies with the best practice. And the same with technologies, make sure that everything complies with best practice. Because if you achieve this, important benefit, number one, that improve the efficiency. The implication of joining Washington Accord is engineers from Nigeria can go and work anywhere among these member countries. And as His Excellency Governor mentioned, that there is certification a requirement for technologies and technicians if you have international projects. As he said, you had to import technologies. So we need to understand, but the requirements, and you must fulfill this requirement for them to be on your plant. And I hope with this Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and the Dublin Accord, Nigerian education will now measure up to the expectation of the international community, and we are going to benefit from this accord. We are going to be full members of International Engineering Alliance. This is briefly what Korea is doing, and I'm sure there will be more later, but we need your full support. Because, for example, to conclude, one day is an accreditation visit. We take one academician and one industry practitioner. He has to put his eyes and see what is being done in the classroom, because he has to look at it from the perspective of industry. And when there is student on service, again, the counterpart in the industry will have to see what this guy is doing, what the student is doing, to make sure that we are conforming with the training of the practitioners. And then for each department, they have to develop their what you call PO, Program Education Objective. Again, we have to ask the practitioners to see whether or not what we are doing in the university and the polytechnics are in conformity with the expectation of the industry. So overall, these are the few highlights on the International Engineering Alliance, emphasizing Washington Accord already have it. Subsequently, there will be more work on the Dublin Accord, and then more work on the city airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Eliaku. I quickly invite to speak for just 2 minutes the Dean of Engineering of Nile University. Nile University, Dean of Engineering. Oh. At Nile University of Nigeria is one of the focal universities that was used in the process of getting to this point we are now. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon,
You
sir.
have just 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have 2 minutes, so I'll be very fast. All protocols duly observed. I just want to say that I'm not the dean of NILE, but I am representing NILE here proudly. We are a private institution that is located here in the heart of Abuja. I'll say we've experienced a lot of exponential growth since our inception in 2009. I mean, for an institution that started off with just 3 faculties and 93 students to currently having over 8 faculties and 8,000 students for both our undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Amongst all of these programs, we have our Faculty of Environmental Science that houses courses such as architecture, urban and regional planning, quantity survey, and the likes. We also have a Faculty of Engineering that also houses, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, all forms of engineering programs for both our undergraduate and our postgraduate program. I also want to mention that we're a member of the Honoris United University Network. Honoris is the first and the largest Pan-African private higher education network with presence in across 10 countries, including Nigeria, so South Africa, Mauritius, Morocco, and the likes. By virtue of our being a part of that network, there's a lot of collaborative intelligence that exists amongst all these institutions, and that's reflected in everything we do, our entire student learning experiences. We have 44 undergraduate programs, over 55 postgraduate programs, and a School of Preliminary Studies. Just to mention that for NILE University of Nigeria, we do not just do traditional or knowledge-based learning, we do a lot of skill-based learning to get our students ready for the world of work and prepare them for career-long successes. And that's why for us, we're not just focused on the degrees that our students get, but also how they transition into the world of work. That's why there are a lot of employability-driven initiatives that are currently happening on campus right now. From having a career services center that provides our students with the necessary skills they need, to thrive when they get into work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are at B12, so please, if you have any questions, any comments, or any inquiries, you can meet us at B12 exhibition. And thank you.
Quickly, I would like to invite the following. Past presidents of NSC, past presidents of NATE, past presidents of NAEC, and past president of ICES and past president of COREN. Please step forward. Very quickly, please. I would like past registrar also, past president of ACEN. And serving registrar of COREN, please. All right, we are now open to general discussion. Wait, I know. But before you settle for that, I have two guests I want to invite to speak to us for just 2 minutes. One is Engineer Wasiu Folorunso from Change Global. And while he's with the architect, Amaka, please stand by. You come shortly after he is done. 2 minutes, please set it for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Standing on the existing protocol, Engineer Wasiu Folorunso.
Set the time for 2 minutes, please.
The Business Development Manager with Change Global. So just want to talk briefly to us about the lighting up e-possibility with Change Global. Basically, our mission, light up boundless possibility in e-life, the vision to be your best energy provider, and these are some of our solutions because of the timing: generation, energy storage, transmission, transformation, distribution, sales, and consumption. Now, Chint is a global multinational brand with annual sales revenue of 18.24 billion USD, with presence in 140 countries across the globe, and with over 25 subsidiaries across the globe, with Nigeria inclusive. We have our office in Lagos, headquarters Churchgate House. We have 18 global manufacturing bases with 18 overseas manufacturing bases and 5 planning and capacity areas. One of the plants in Africa, the closest to us, is in Egypt, and there's still ongoing conversation towards having a plant here in Nigeria. We are strong in industrial solution, power OEM and services, EPC services. In utility, we have several reference projects across the globe. Even with the Transmission Company of Nigeria, we've done a lot of projects. We're also strong in the new energy solutions. We have PV panels, inverters, and Chint has the capacity of producing 4 gigawatts of solar panels on daily basis. In the areas of the low voltage, Chint has installed capacity to manufacture on daily basis 3 million poles of MCBs. We have several reference projects across the globe, and Chint is open into collaboration with key partners in the industry.
Thank you very much.
We're talking about more. So please, we are just by the exit of the hall. You can meet us there for further collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They have a stand outside here. Architect Amak, please. Of West Africa Ceramics Limited. Okay. Now we and I want to have questions or comments on the roadmap. How can I bring this up? Those who have comments or questions will put up their hand. Let me start with questions. If you have a question, you raise your hand. This side, nobody. Middle here. I have 2 people. No, I have 2 people. No. I have 2. Let me start with you. One with Fila. Question. Raise it. Question should just be direct, no preamble, please, so that we can save time. I have many questions.
Well, it's not easy to start an engine without the key. My own question is this. Without engineering, there will be no nation. We agree. We are taking our independence for almost 60-something years, if I'm right. But we have to compare our family with others like NA, NMA. They are able to take care of their own members. But engineering is like we are still under colonialism. I want to ask you, all those of you that you are our leaders, what can we do to deliver us from this slavery? Because we're supposed to be the richest in Nigeria by our time, but we are not. Most of our jobs are being out. Even when you say you have ERM, they don't perform because of one way or the other. Why are we where can we do to go out of the Thank you.
At the back. Oh, no, go back. Yes.
My name is Engineer Titus Joseph. Let me just go straight to the point. My question is, I've been here for previous assembly. Far the discussion, like this beautiful presentation from my senior.
No, they are losing it. They are not following it.
So, I have not heard that this discussion, how far we have gone, that this is how we have message to our sector, let's say the NC and all that this is how we are reinforced, because relation, because from our first present here, he is saying that Korean is not enforcing. But yet, you know we have the data of those qualified. You write their names, you send them to their working, and that you push this thing. Because I, as a person, I cannot go and talk and they will say to me. So, another thing again is that, with due respect, sir, Korean, since it's been established, we are supposed to have a facility called Korean.
What?
As in a hall like this. We have engineers who can design things like this and present, can do it free. And not like the health. You see, everything like the health sector, fight for the people, for their members. So please, let it not be that next year when we come back and we'll still be doing repetition of what we have discussing. Let it be that, look at how we enforce our discussion, what we have, that's what I want here. Thank you very much, sir.
Please, come to Engineer Dedeji.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure you can guess what I want to ask. You said that SITSI, because some people may not know what SITSI is. SITSI is Supervised Industrial Training Scheme in Engineering. Supervised Industrial Training Scheme in Engineering. So the news given by you that it has not started after 30 years of proposal makes me a bit unhappy. I'm very passionate about it, and I believe that it's the only way to go in training the younger engineers. Like you have for the medicals, you have for the lawyers. Why is it impossible? So the question I want to ask, are we to continue hoping that it will start, or it is dead? I would like to hear that it is dead before me. Okay. Maybe I should hear before the thing dies. Because it's a very serious matter. And I don't want us to just because I've got a lot of people saying, oh, it has no funds, no funds. How can we have funds to do all things?
Okay,
that's
okay,
one.
sir.
The second one is that I don't see the relevance of Federal Ministry of Works in the council with 4 or 6, I don't know how many they are now, representatives. They have 4. And yet we have NCC communication, we have power, we have transportation, we have other areas of engineering practice. Why must Federal Ministry of Works have four
Sir,
representatives in council.
sir,
Thank
it's
you.
not. Let me answer that straight away. It's not the way you are saying it.
Thank you.
It's a minister, and the minister can appoint anybody from anywhere. In fact, it's not supposed. It's not. It's to nominate from any of the sectors.
With the amendments that have been proposed,
No, it's not a. We
why,
can't do
why
the-
must the minister be there? Minister. Why? Now that
Okay, they'll answer the question. They'll answer you, sir.
okay, thank you.
Come, come this way. No, go to the someone with black cap, And I'm going to ask now. This side, I've left this side. If you have questions, you write it.
Good afternoon, sirs.
I'll take 3 here also, and I'll move to the other side 3. The other people will have to write because we don't have. We have to continue, finish up.
Good afternoon, sirs.
Yes.
My name is Engineer Ahmad Idris Badai. My question is that most of engineers, they normally do personal practice. Is that captured in the amended act? If not, is there any possible way to back it up? Because some who are working in the public sector or civil service, sometimes they find they are doing personal practice and they are doing the government work. Majority of engineers are doing it. Is it legal? If not, can we have a backing that engineers can practice from where they are working because of their career development? Thank you.
Give the lady first, then after that, the person in front.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is concerning the person that presented or the proposed codes that we want to, Korean wants to come up with. So my question is, as an engineer, if you go for inspection, because we were saying we want to come up with checklists, we want to come up with our codes, and now in the oil and gas, we have the international standards there that we use. So as an engineer now, if I go for inspection and I'm going to inspect another engineer and it comes up with maybe the checklist or the codes of Korean wants to come up with, and then the job is an oil and gas job. How do you, as an engineer, interfacing with another engineer, how do you handle that? And then the next question is just an appeal. Instead of the registry people that have not paid their practicing fee, as we are doing sending reminders for the assembly, we can equally do a little reminder on the fees. Thank you, sir.
I hope you. See him here. You are missing him.
My name is Engineer Egunjobi from Ondo State. I have some suggestions.
We say questions.
Maybe
If we'll come back to comments or give to Professor. No, we'll go to that step. Professor
Thank you very
Remishi.
much. Chairman, I want to ask, are there timelines for the implementation of this roadmap? That's question number 1. Question number 2, if the government stops funding current, are we still going to return 4 people from Ministry of Works to be in Federal Ministry of Works to be in the Korean Council? Secondly, or thirdly, maybe a suggestion.
Last.
If and the last, if the new structured ERM does not include appropriate remuneration for those personnel, they will have a problem. We will not depend only on society volunteer basis. It must be, if it must function, it must have appropriate remuneration to make them to work very effectively. Thank you very much.
That is the way I direct question. Some of you will quarrel first. and the question will not be legible. We'll take the last set of questions from the other side. Professor Olorunmaye.
John Olorunmaye, Chairman of Engineering Accreditation Committee. The question is in line with what the past registrar said about making universities to pay for accreditation. I think I'm asking now, can't we explore the possibility of going the way of ABET and make universities pay annual subscription for each engineering program they are running, so that when we go for accreditation, we will not need to bill them specially? It's a question. Can't we make them pay annual subscription? And then just to add also, appreciation to Covenant University for receiving us.
Prof, that is implementation strategy, and it's for council or EAC. EAC meeting that is for EAC meeting. That was question again. The man with bowler hat.
Thank you. My questions are two, and I'll just read them out. My first question, by the way, my name is Abimbola Alamu. Why not wishing for another building collapse? How can Koren immediately stop the issue of responsible government parastatals' usual claim that they are not aware of the construction of collapsed buildings? In the fruition of our journey, how can we stop that comment immediately? Because it's always embarrassing if something goes wrong. The second question is this. Public safety is an area Koren can quickly make notable impact and correct the negative impression of the engineer out there. In Nigeria, road traffic accident is more fatal than coronavirus, and more people die from road accidents than from building collapse based on available statistics. What is the plan to institute codes and standards in the transportation sector, especially road transport? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. At this point, you see, I have found out that the sound system is not very effective. We're struggling to hear what you are saying from this point. But that's why I'm going to plead with you to write your comments and questions. Those ones that are not answered now, they will be on the Koren portal, and you can just read them. Meanwhile, the ones that have been asked, they will be answered from this program. But there's one question that I'm not going to anybody to answer. Somebody inside his name says, regulate elevator industry in Nigeria. What is Koren doing with the industry? What kind of question is this? Because it crashed and killed a doctor. That is why. But they have been killing engineers. You have not brought it up. That is not even the point. The point is elevator is not an industry. You know? It's just a facility. It's an important in a building. Please, let's be serious. You can't pay all the money you pay to come here and be joking here. So I'll ask the president of there are questions. Whoever wants to start can start. Anybody wants to start? Okay, President of NSC wants to start.
This question was asked in private and it is now in public. The person asked me this morning, when do we go on strike? And please, there's a provision in the MEMAT that binds all members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. That says we are not a trade union. Let us understand between a professional body and a trade union. We are not a trade union. Otherwise, I'll ask you, when last did the Nigerian Association go on strike? Can anybody tell me? Medical Association. When? They don't. They don't.
Wait, NMA is not on strike.
They are not.
National
Listen,
Association of Resident Doctors
National
are on
Association
strike.
of Resident Doctors. Yes. So National Association of Resident Doctors go on strike. And I remember during Engineer Kashim Ali's time, he mentioned it here in this hall, that he is ready to help to register Engineers Union. Since I became deputy president, I've been working with some young people. Their only grounds is that they don't want NSE close to their movement to register a trade union for engineers. And they are working on their own. When I told them, I am a unionist, I suffered stagnation in federal civil service because I was promoting union. You can say it anywhere. I served in NEC. I was the only one who was pursuing union for the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. I suffered. I retired as deputy general manager, which I would have been a general manager. But I kept asking these people. I gave them the constitution of NAD. I made inroad into the Federal Minister of Labor. I visited the minister in his house to make sure that we get this thing done. But these people were saying, don't allow the NSC president or don't allow any NSC person to come near it. Then if you don't allow NSE to be part of that, who is going to pursue it for you? So you can't ask me strike. Which strike? We are not a trade union. If you are looking for a trade union, join a trade union in your industry. But you can't protest. Do protest. We have been doing protests. For years, our product is in writing. We go to government and give them. We don't have to telling you, this is the document we sent to government. This is what we have done to government. Right from before I became ESCO member, I have been involved in advocacy, going underground with the president to talk to government functionaries. It is a shame an engineer is heading a national agency of government. He's the one pushing down young engineers. And if you see me today, go to minister and talk about that man, you will say, I don't like him. He's an engineer. But he's the one who suppressed engineers. So we are all guilty. So please, if you want to be proactive, we just have to have what we are supposed to have. So please, we can protest. You know we have protests in NSC. Everything through council. One council approved in a situation that we protest. We will take placards and protest. We have to follow process. So anytime you have representative, branch chairman, divisional chairman in council, please let them come with issues. We'll discuss. And whatever council takes decision on, we will go about it. Our own is to execute. Then, of course, the lady that talked about standards. Please, the issue here is there must be a regulator to tell you which standard to use for any activity. In the oil and gas, we have regulators. We have Nigerian standards. And usually standards are minimum standards. Industry can raise the standards because they have surpassed the minimum standards. Usually oil and gas, most of the standards they use are higher standards, not the minimum standard. So when you are using a higher standard, you don't run the risk of non-compliance. I hope you understand. So if you go to do something, you have to make sure that there is that standard. Koren, from the 2018 Act, revision of the Act, has been empowered to issue standards. And I assure you, Koren is doing well. We are trying to come up with standards. We are just lot of federal government agencies to give us the standards they are using only on construction safety. And we are working on construction, which I'm sure covers all of us here. All of us are involved in construction. The construction safety covers oil and gas, power, whatever, water, all of them. So we are working now to do that. Koren is working on that. And I assure you very soon, we are going to have a very national workshop, very big workshop to present the document to you. So please, on codes and standards, Koren is doing its own. At NSE, ever since I know NSE, we have codes and standards committees. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that Professor Akub talked about the benefits of Washington Accord, but somebody seemed not to have listened. So I want him, because it's important, to just on it a bit, for just a minute or even less than a minute. The benefits of Washington, of Nigeria,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have a question. What is the benefit for engineers? Engineers can enjoy for provisional membership with Washington Accord. You know, by joining Washington Accord, we have many. The important ones, the Nigerian educational system must comply with international best practice. So, for example, there are certain attributes that we like all engineers to have in terms of knowledge, skill, and behavior that you must comply with. This is number one. Number two, the way you do your accreditation, monitoring and evaluation must also comply with international best practice. And because of these two, have what is now called global mobility, which is a global system, can work anywhere in the world. But there's a problem. We need to make sure that we, as I said earlier, Washington Accord expect you to say what you do and then do what you say. So very soon, the next 1-2 years, there will be reviewers coming from outside to go to the classrooms, the laboratories, and see what we promised that we are doing in our BMAS and in our academic manual.
Thank you very much.
So I'm sure if you implement this, the benefit will be very clear in terms of employment and mobility of engineers. Thank you very much.
Give me the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Mann, and the audience for your patience. There are several questions and interventions. I'm struggling to see which ones to answer. Somebody was interrogated that Koren must get involved in the area of professionals. Koren will not do that. You must draw the line between the regulator and the associations. Most of these issues that borders on welfare are issues of NSE, NATI, NICET, NAEC. You must sit down and understand that if there are areas you want us to give you some legal backing, you tap us on the shoulders and we can put head together and couch and develop a regulation. As the former registrar explained, so many opportunities in the amended act. There are so many areas that we are yet to explore and to exploit. Koren will have endless, limitless regulations, that translate into wide scope given to it. If the issue of salary and remuneration, somebody also mentioned that. We have to sit down and think out of the box to find ways how to develop regulations around those. Making some peculiarities in different sectors, as the case may be. We put it to debate. Once we agree on it collectively, Koren will develop that regulation and gazette it, then it becomes enforceable, it becomes applicable by all associations and by all agencies and organizations, whether in the private or in the public sector. This is the way to go about it. You don't expect Korean to come out and champion your welfare as an engineer, as a man. We can't do that. We are transcending beyond our mandate. We have to respect the law in our country. I think this may satisfy some of the issues that are raised around that. The issue of is in the roadmap. I'm sorry to say it is, maybe because of the way it is presented, but there is a whole chapter of how to revive and activate CISE to be able to ensure that we become comparable with other professional colleagues, like John cited in the medical and other sectors. It is there, and we are activating it, and we will have to pursue it vigorously. We have to have the will and the consensus among all of us to promote and push 6A, to the logical conclusion. It's going to take time. We have to engage different groups in this country, different sectors, just like the medical did it. The legal did it. If I can cite you, the law school, we had only one in Lagos 20 years back. But now they have carefully couched, the consensus. They now have regional, law schools. So it is a painstaking effort that requires consistency and doggedness. Is that kind of that we as professionals must own, must champion, and must sustain with a consistent effort. I think the chairman responded to the query on the representation on actually, because we are backed by government. The Minister of Works and Housing, our supervisory ministry, has post lots to you can complement. Able to across profession. The law didn't say that they must come from the Ministry of Works and Housing, but the Ministry of Honorable Minister of Housing and then come up. Was from the ministry, a director, only one. But we have complement of the nominees. One is from the academia, one is from the private sector, and one is from the ministry. So that is what we have. We currently have a vacancy which we are writing to him to come and replace. So actually, this is not meant for the Ministry of Works only. Yeah, okay, I think that has been answered. The timelines on the road map. Sorry, my senior, Professor Uche Remi, you raised that issue. You will not see the timelines here now during this presentation. We are sensitizing you now for the first time. In a strategic planning procedures, you don't bombard your audience at the first contact, but let them assimilate. We are expecting you to respond. Feedback. Are you in compliance? Are there issues? Critique it and let us see. But I can assure you, we have the timelines. We have the annual. We have the timelines all over. But you won't see it now. You see it. We will share with you now. After this workshop, we are taking the outcome of this workshop into a retreat. A retreat is going to take place in the next 2 weeks, purely on these two issues that we are discussing here, the roadmap and the amended act. We want to have refined resolutions and area of directions, and we are concluding this process by September. We will go to council, reporting to council, so that at that September we have some robust that have been interrogated reasonably, that we'll be able to now see, okay, here we go, and I'm sure we'll begin to see how by God's grace. What else? Yeah, Mr. Olorunmaye, I think the chairman to intervene. You have at your committee realities of implementation of how we are going to engage, the actors at the upstream, the universities, the polytechnics, under the Department of Education and Accreditation. And what I'm suggesting are issues that we can look at them and then find which one is the most appropriate option to take. I think Engineer Kamela answered this very appropriately. When he tried to make a distinction between a head of engineering parastatals and organizations with political parties, I think that's this coalition. French establishment that refused to sponsor engineers to assembly. We will write them reminders. We will write them reminders, and the Department of CPD of Training and Compliance, supposed to champion the MCPD, is going to handle this appropriately. I assure you, we will do that. It's part of the roadmap. I concur with this. You want us to effectively communicate. We are changing our strategy. We have upscaled the public relation into a full-fledged department that is going to even relate beyond our shores beyond. We are going to have a robust communication strategy and policy that is going to make sure that we enlighten the Nigerian public on what is engineering, on our rules, our practices, and all these issues we are discussing. We are going to create avenues in the print, electronic, and even the web-based, broadcasting, to ensure that most of these things we are saying, we are going to serialize our regulations so that you can make very good referral. Regulation 001, this and this, so that they will be uploaded. And any person who is correct registered and operating anywhere in Nigeria can access to them and can make them referral documents, which we believe that is the way to go, and we are going to do that effectively. Mr. Chairman, let me allow others to speak. There are quite a lot of them. My challenge is to even sort out. Yeah, okay. How soon will Koren and NUC start further accreditation? Thank you. I'll tell you, when we communicated NUC weeks ago, requested for a courtesy visit, and among issues we outlined, the admission quota is there, joint accreditation that we want to have is there. We are not competing with NUC. We have already enjoyed this similar relationship with MBTE, and we believe it's more cost effective and other things. But the EAC committee of Koren will give us direction on how to go, whether it is more expedient to have joint or we go our separate way. But we know the burden. We know the burden that the universities are complaining about in terms of logistical support to be able to conduct that important exercise. And the person that spoke, Professor John Olorunmaye, is the chairman of, you could hear him speaking aloud. He's already thinking how we are going to surmount, our universities. And I assure you are going to look at that very carefully. Also, in our advocacy drive, we are also written to the Director General of NYSC, also seeking audience with him, to also outline and detail ourselves on the mobilization of engineering graduates for NYSC scheme. Quite a lot of issues, the assignment during the scheme period, and other issues that borders around how our young graduate engineers are also going to be treated when they leave the shores of the campuses. We have also written to JAM to also sit down with them, for them to be able to enforce the issue of admission quota into our universities and polytechnics, so as to be able to align ourselves of initio with the requirement of Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord, because we already understand and knew these very initial requirements. You got a role, you know, and beyond your carrying capacity. You cannot enroll students beyond your teaching and practical facilities. If the peer reviewing exercise comes and you found wanting, through our position of Washington Accord entry and other things. So this we know very well, and I can assure you, we are also reaching to ITF, you know, to be able to also interrogate the perspective of the industrial training. So we have done a lot of this to NAPTEP and other things. All these we have written, and many of them have responded positively, and we are going to sit down with them. We have already identified a lot of major international stakeholders in terms of the other sectors, the oil and gas, the aviation, the mining, the power sector, and what have you. We have written to them. We want to sit down and discuss how to partner, how to expand, and scan that sector with all our activities of regulation. Much more, I think, if you allow me, I will continue in this manner. So I will refer to the chairman to allow others to also contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I have a question here. And it says, what are the concrete and verifiable evidence of incorporation of conduct into our teaching curriculum of our institutions of learning? I think I will answer this from my own personal experience as a teacher in the university system. There is a course we call Engineering Society, which I believe every engineering student goes to. You have to take it. So code of conduct and ethics is there as a topic in that course. I'm not aware that we have code of ethics as a separate course, but it's part of an existing course. So I think this is there. However, let me also alert us that for the university system, the curriculum is currently undergoing NUC moving from mass to CC mass, and universities have been given the opportunity to develop 30%, the 100% of curriculum. So any university that wishes actually bring the issue of code of conduct and ethics as maybe a separate course. Otherwise, I think it's part of engineering society as which I think the NSE and current also during the certification exams also this also comes as part of the curriculum. Thank you.
Mike?
The question I have here is, how can we have a productive technical education again like what we used to have in the 70s and 80s? That is an interesting question. Fortunately, it's going to be through political will of the government and stakeholders like us here. Unfortunately for us, as the president of Koren is drafting the roadmap emphasizing on technical and vocational education, among the strategic policies of Mr. President, the Senate Ahmed Tinubu also have on the number 3 table of his policies, human capital. And under this table, number 3, education. The political will has come in. We have all the stakeholders taking that route. The only thing is to revamp technical vocational colleges, equip them, then review the curriculum so that we can have priority to hands-on than the theories we are having. So that at the end we can have productive, skilled craftsmen that can adequately carry out his job. Because what we are having right now is half-baked craftsmen that cannot really do the job. Why? Because of the processes now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My intervention is not to emphasize one point, that our participants and practitioners should endeavor to get familiar with the Korean Act, the mandate. As a parting information, if Korean Council meets today and resolve, once the president that signs it, it is law in this country. We don't have to go to any ministry. No minister can assign anything from Korean now as it is. The decision taken by Korean Council on engineering is law once the decision is signed by the president. So we should know that whatever Korean does on engineering is law in this country. So please, let's look at if you see any contravention on the mandate and you want a redemption, just send a letter to the president. Once Council makes a decision on it, that is the decision. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our time is done, but before we round up, I saw this, the Minister of Health must be done. Attorney General, that assertion is correct, not true. We have had a Minister of Health, he was an economist. There was a Minister of Commissioner in Katsina, an engineer. So these things are not the issues. But hold on. I've not finished my story. In this country, we had one man called Adelewe Ogunshewe. He was a Minister of Works. He bought 7 asphalt plants and gave to NSC. Nearly succeeding was an engineer, Babalola. He came and funded that arrangement. I would only most of NSC and engineer that there. So that is the real. If you really want to have a minister as an engineer going to politics, nobody does it and give it to you. You have your governor came yesterday. He says he's working with some because he can get from them. The real issue is when a director of engineering is not an engineer, that is when it is serious. So let's get serious. If you want political, go into politics. So when you go to politics, you don't even win leadership. So how can you be minister? We have engineers who are one of them, Commissioner for Work. He invested his money and in the election, he became not because so if he really wants and is struggling to be governor, we have any of support him. So, but see, some of the questions are personal. If you have personal matter, please take it to Korean directly. And if there is anything guided by law, Korean will intervene. But if it's not guided by law, but motions, take it to NSC, NATI, or NICET, or NEC. But go to Korean. On that note, I'd like to thank you much. We are having this discussion. But this is just the first reading. This is the first reading of the roadmap. They will take it back now to council, and maybe by next year, Engineer Assembly, they will bring it for final ratification. In the meantime, I want to say that we have had good discussion from Professor Eli Yakub, Deputy Chair of EAT, President of ACEN, President of Engineers, President of Koren, President of the ex-engineering body, the Academy of Engineering, President of NATI, and President of NAEC. And all of you senior engineers, senior technologists, technicians, craftsmen, thank you so much for giving us a good audience. I deliberately did not thank President of Koren, but because I want to give the assignment. Don't mind.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman, the President, the engineers. Please, I beg you to stand on the existing protocol. I am Akitamaka Onyeke. I'm standing on behalf of West African Ceramics Limited. West African Ceramics Limited are the producers of Royal tiles, the Royal light gauge steel frames. I'm here to talk about our products. From the projections there, we are into tiles, granites. We have the synthetic marble, we have natural marble, and we have natural granite. Our tiles ranges from 60 by 120, 80 by 80, 60 by 60, 40 by 40, 25 by 40, 30 by 60. And also, our synthetic marble, we have the slabs. We have slabs ranging from 1 by 8 to 2. Slabs could be used for your cladding, your columns, and the rest of them, your vanity tops, your kitchen islands. They are homogeneous, very beautiful, affordable. You can see our factory there. Sorry, we are in Royal light gauge steel frame. It's a brand product of West African Ceramics. It's an off-site construction system. And off-site construction systems are computer designed. They are pre-engineered in a factory. The complete structure of the building is fabricated in the form of ready-to-install insulated panels. They are fast to assemble, uncomplicated. Steel is fire resistant. It can span up to 15 meters. You don't need any chemical treatment, and it does not rust. Please visit our stand for your tiles, for your marbles, for your grouts, for your adhesive. Product is a good product. It's international standard. Thank you so much. The stand is outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a warm round of applause to all of our discussants today. I appreciate them. Thank you very much. Moving on, we're going to take up the presentation of the communique by the rapporteurs. And the chairman of this session is the president of the Foreign Relations of Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Society, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Academy of Engineering. President of Engineering, we await you here, sir, during the session. Thank you. I'll make a quick announcement before. Issues of 2 missing bags. If you're in that is not yours, any bag that is not yours, or you found a bag carelessly dropped somewhere, please bring it to the secretariat. Thank you very much.
Can we take our seats? We are calling the meeting to order to enable us commence the closing session of this 31st Engineering Assembly. Please, I will appeal to all to take our seat, please, and to allow us commence the closing session. President NSE, please take your seats. My President, Engineering Academy, please take your seats. Seats. Very well. I think we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, presidents of our professional bodies here seated, past presidents of COREN, past registrars of COREN, past president of NSE, NATI, NICET, NAEC, AKEN, and Engineering Academy, fellows of our great associations and profession, my colleagues, engineering practitioners here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Here to conclude the 31st Assembly, and as tradition demands, go for the closing resolution on community, because we are not having a equity that tracking this work as from tomorrow. Go with the resolution. Again, place them where we identify how we have performed in trying to achieve these resolutions we are going to arrive. With me here, one of the technical committee, Professor Engineer OAU Uche, a fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Supporting him is Professor NS. I will request the chairman, Professor, take the kind consideration. As tradition dictates, he will present them and will allow you to make input, to intervene, and then we will adopt the revised version of our resolutions. Join me in welcoming Professor Uche for him to present the draft resolution for us.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. President and Chairman of this section. I want to congratulate all the participants for this 31st Assembly that is almost rounding up, for robust activities and participatory support we have received from every one of us. And if I'm a grave indulgence of the chairman, I will want to say that every person should give a kind of clap for himself. Please clap for yourself for being part of this new trend. Before reading the resolution, I just want to tell us that the trend that we have followed in measuring all the assembly teams. Last year, we were talking about domestication of codes, standards, as a panacea for mitigation of engineering infrastructure development in Nigeria. Today, or this assembly, dwelled on the issue of code of conduct, or code of ethics and conduct, which is an extension trying to solve the problems that we are envisaging, the numerous or myriad of failures that have been on our media. And I always say that if a structure is standing, the accolades will go to architects and other professionals. But wherever there is a failure, the Nigerian engineer is the #1 person to be remembered. So without wasting our time, I want to draw us to what we had in the synopsis, where we are telling us where this problem of, or where ethics in engineering stem from. It stemmed from what happened in 18th century in United States and United Kingdom over issues of failures. Some of them are celebrated failures because they are well-known failures. After that, there was a committee that sat to investigate why failures. From the report of inquiries conducted, it was revealed that apart from the engineering practitioners' competence or academic capabilities, there was an issue bordering on conscience integrity, and moral character of engineering practitioners, and the need for code of ethics or code of conduct for practitioners. And today, you can agree with me, a lot have been said. So I will look at what we have as a draft resolutions in line with the new thinking of Mr. President. So the resolution issued at the end of the current 31st Engineering Assembly, held at International Conference Center, Abuja, Monday 7th to Wednesday 9th August 2023. Theme is entrenching and strengthening engineering practitioners' code of conduct for resilient engineering practice in Nigeria. As a way of preamble, the Council for Regulation of Engineering held its 31st Engineering Assembly, as I said, to influence to the discourse on providing solutions to myriads of engineering infrastructure development problems within appropriate body of knowledge and practice. The theme adopted for the Assembly was, as I said earlier, we know that the credibility of engineering profession rests largely on the integrity and professionalism of the practitioners, who must be competent and strongly uphold the tenets and ethics of the profession. It has become paramount in ensuring absolute confidence and trust among engineering practitioners in one part and their clients in the other part towards public welfare and safety. The Assembly centered on practical ways of strengthening the ethics of this profession as encapsulated in the current Engineering Practitioners Code of Conduct 2017, which requires a periodical review. The special guest of honor invited at the opening ceremony was His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Vice President of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, was ably represented by the Executive Governor of Borno State, His Excellency Engineer Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, FNSC CON. The chief host was the Home Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Maman Mahmouda. The host was the Permanent Secretary, Federal Capital Territory, Olushede Adesola, represented by Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Oluwadamisi, the Director of Mass Housing, Federal Capital Development Authority. The opening ceremony was chaired by Mr. Maruf Oseni, Managing Director and CEO of Wema Bank PLC, who was ably represented by Mr. Wole Akinyele, the DMD. Other special guests present, the Vice President of Nigeria, the Governor of Borno State, Naval Commodore Engineer Chimere, who represented the Director of Engineering, represented the Chief of Naval Staff, Deputy Governors of Ogun, Plateau, and some senior engineers that are in the National Secretary of APC of Osun State, Engineer Otumba Benga Daniel, Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, Engineer Aminu Osman, FNC, President-elect of World Federation of Engineering, and of other dignitaries. Good messages were also presented by Chris. And let me go to a sub-theme. The sub paper presented were entrenching the code of conduct in engineering practice, strengthening engineering practitioners' code of conduct in Nigeria, obligation and professional accountability of engineering practitioners. I try to have a nexus between code and standards and code of conduct of engineering practitioners. I want to tell us that the 35th Engineering Assembly was well organized and held successfully. There was also a syndicate meetings of professional association and workshop on current new road map and the federal government non-funding regime on regulatory bodies during the Traditional Engineering Forum. Issues relating to the roadmap, funding, and harmonious working relationships within the family were emphasized. The assembly was attended by 7,105 participants as of now, which comprises of 6,421 engineers, 512 technologists, 65 technicians, 65 craftsmen, and 42 non-engineering personnel. Also in attendance were 326 spouses. Other invited guests and stakeholders from all walks of life. The annual Engineering Assembly is the biggest gathering of engineering professionals aimed at evaluating, discussing, and providing solutions to issues of interest to the members of engineering family and the nation at large. Observations were made, followed with recommendations. So our observation will come first, and immediately you have recommendation. We crave the indulgence of the participant to note that this is a draft. So where you think there's something that is missing, feel free to remind us and give us what you think that is missing. So I will first start. Number one, observation. Self-interrogation of the extant practitioner's code of conduct is a critical intervention and a practical demonstration and resolve of the regulator to enhance standard of engineering practice in all ramifications. That is observation. Our recommendation says Korean should ensure the review of extant code of conduct, drawing inferences from the outcome of the discourse in the 31st Engineering Assembly, among other interests. 2, the enforcement of code of conduct will inspire practitioners to always aspire to attain national, continental, and global practice, thereby entering quackery within the engineering profession. In this regard, the Assembly and engineering professional board, even ICANN, and other stakeholders to ensure communication to all practice, MDS, 3, we observe the need for adequate realignment and delineation of areas of practice for various engineering disciplines, as well as between 4 cadres of engineering practitioners, engineers, technologists, technicians, and craftsmen, to ensure competence and robust practice. In this vein, Korean, with other stakeholders, is to draw boundary lines of practice for different engineering disciplines and cadres, pinpointing prohibitions for practitioners and stipulating adequate sanctions or fines or charges for defaulters and violators. Number 4, the pragmatic desire of the current leadership of Korean to upstake the regulation of engineering practice in all ramifications in Nigeria through the restructuring of departments and units via the new Korean roadmap for resilient engineering regulations and practice is observed. So we are saying all practitioners, professional bodies, MDS are encouraged to support the new roadmap and its implementation to prevent encumbrances or bureaucratic bottlenecks in engineering regulation and practices. Number 5, this accelerated the announced withdrawal of funding of professional bodies and councils by the federal government of Nigeria in her 2024 budgetary considerations and its immediate effect on Korean activities. Korean leadership should collaborate with other regulatory bodies to request the government to review her stand on the funding and allow more time to work out a conducive framework that will not be counterproductive to public welfare and safety. In the same vein, Korean leadership is encouraged to escalate every step in the amended Korean Act number 3 of 2018 in order to increase its internally generated revenue and minimize operational costs. 6, observation. Most development challenges faced by Africa, and indeed Nigeria, are essentially engineering-based, derived from low participation by indigenous engineering practitioners and firms in national engineering projects, and poor adherence to engineering code of conduct and ethics. Recommendation: Koreans should rigorously pursue the implementation of Presidential Executive Order 5 to enhance the participation of indigenous engineering practitioners in engineering infrastructure development and strict implementation of the ethics of practice of engineering profession as enshrined in Korean's Engineering Practitioners Code of Conduct. Also, Korean, in collaboration with all engineering professional bodies in Nigeria, should encourage formation of consortium of engineering firms to handle challenging engineering projects in the country. Number 7, low participation in politics and leadership positions by engineering practitioners in Nigeria and its effect on engineering profession and developmental agenda of the country. We recommend that NSC, NATE, NICET, NIEC, ICANN, APWEN, and other stakeholders to deliberately encourage and support active participation of engineering practitioners in politics and governance at local, state, national, and continental levels. Somebody was saying that we have almost 10 medical doctors in the 45 ministerial nominees that have been approved. So I don't know how many engineers. Number 8, lack of reward system for engineering practitioners who have distinguished themselves by exhibiting the highest level of professional integrity and ethical conduct. The Assembly recommends that Korean professional bodies and other stakeholders are encouraged to reward practitioners who have distinguished themselves by exhibiting the highest level of professionalism at gatherings such as Korean Engineering Assembly, convocation ceremonies, to set a good example to young graduates that honesty pays. 9, the service Services rendered by the engineering practitioners in the society require honesty and fairness, as well as protection of public health and general safety of infrastructure, which they develop. It is our recommendation that standards and code, as well as code of conduct, should be developed or adapted by Koren and other stakeholders in all areas of engineering, and the one currently available should be widely publicized and made available on many websites and platforms to guide both engineering practitioners and the general public. Number 10, the Assembly observed the nexus that exists between code and standards and code of conduct is that while the code and standards are designed and implementation benchmarks, the code of conduct borders on practitioners' integrity to implement the code and standards. It is on this that more effort is needed in domesticating and adopting standards by Koren and other stakeholders and backing them with necessary legislation for enforcement, as well as encourage willful compliance. 11. The engineering regulation monitoring arm of Koren has not yet attained its desired level of performance and has not been established in all states of the Federation. It is our thinking that ERM inspectors should be adequately remunerated and empowered for more efficient performance. Also, Koren should go a step further to establish ERM inspectorates in the state where its presence is missing and ensure proper enforcement. 12. The measurable gaps in the Koren Code of Conduct are in the area of knowledge, awareness, continual professional development, enforcement, and practice, among others. All the observed gaps should be addressed in the next edition of the Koren Code of Conduct with a view to enhance a resilient engineering practice in Nigeria. Lastly, lack of empirical and statistical data on knowledge and competence, professional accountability, obligation of engineers to others, obligation of engineers to the public, obligation of engineers as an employer, among others, are entrenched in the extant Koren Code of Conduct. It is our recommendation that Koren, with the support of engineering professional associations, should create a system of evaluation, scorecard, so to say, on how far we have fared in adherence to the Code of Ethics and Conduct. Other recommendations include Koren to create a vital department to improve and promote its activities. These departments include planning, research, statistics, public affairs, protocol, and advancement. Koren to outsource some of its activities to engineering practitioners for a wider reach and greater impact. Additional sources of IGR were identified to be introduction of graduate registration for young engineers, enforcement of practicing fee payment, suspension of license after 5 years of non-payment of practicing fees, inclusion of Koren administrative charge in the accreditation fee payment by academic institutions. After all these observations and recommendations, the committee also was of the opinion that Koren should be commended. First in the commendation is, 1, the Assembly highly commend the past and current leadership of Koren for the recent milestone achieved with the provisional membership status of the Elite Washington Accord under the International Engineering Alliance and seeks all hands to be on deck to ensure full membership status in the next 2 years, as this will increase the global mobility of Nigerian engineers across the world, among other benefits. Also, the Council should activate moves for admittance into Sydney and Dublin Accords. Second, the Assembly also commend the current leadership of COREN for a well-thought-out roadmap which will create added value for sustainable and robust engineering regulation, practice, and management in Nigeria. Lastly, the Assembly commend the effort of CODECT and COMPODECT in encouraging students and young engineers through healthy competitions among Nigerian universities, polytechnics. In conclusion, the participants commended the effort of COREN for organizing this thought-provoking 31st Engineering Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Uche and your team, for this very diligent and well-delivered summary of the resolutions. You have truly encapsulated what we believe was the actual proceedings of this assembly, and we congratulate you for that excellent performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we have before you the draft resolutions. I will invite for input and comments, if any, that will allow us to propose the adoption of the resolutions of this year's assembly. I will start from my right. We want to recognize hands first. We'll give you a number, and then we'll invite those that have been recognized. I've seen 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4. Right. So on the side we have 4 that have indicated their desire to intervene, to make comments. On my right hand side, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 5. So total we have 9. I will start with the first side. The first, please, can we have the ushers with the mic? Please raise your hand so that they identify you and give you the mic. Yes, number 1. Yes.
Mr. President, sir, protocol observed. I will thank the technical committee for what it has done so far, but I think we can stretch ourselves a bit further. My name is Engineer Francis Ekwemelo, past Vice President of COREN, and left as Vice President in 2007. I think from experience that if we leave CC the way it is, we will not jumpstart CC. I rely on my experience to jumpstart EROM at national level. I would suggest we set up a presidential implementation committee on CC. At that time, we set up 2, one for EROM and one for CC in the same year. For the EROM, before council, I wrote a 2-page action plan. I was asked by council members, the one for CC is about 40 pages. I said, well, the CC man is a professor. I'm not a professor. I'm giving you an action plan that will ensure you have EROM within 1 year. We did. 30 years later,
30 years before that time, there was no tribunal. There was no investigation panel. But by the time we carried out our action plan, we had investigation panel set up for the first time. We had a tribunal. Many members were saying they were lawyers as well as engineers. That we needed to go back to government. I said, no, from the art we are seeing, I discussed with lawyers, we are not going back anywhere. We had to meet with the president to the CJ, Chief Justice, and he gave us, as required by law, a retired High Court judge to be on the panel along with the president. For the first time, our investigation committee worked. And for the first time, just after I left council, I was called back. The council tribunal sat for the first time in the history of Korea after 30 years. In the same way, our appeal to council to set up a presidential implementation committee on CC. Give us an action plan within 1 year to start CC, and it will start.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before you go to number 2, I would like to, this issue is very, very vital. I would like to identify Engineer Nkechi Isigwe. Please, Ma, are you around? I saw her going out. Okay, when she comes in, I want her to speak on the CITSE. Because she, who else is here? Among the first group that conceived the CITSE, she's one of them. It's very, very vital. Thank you very much, first Vice President of Koren. This will be included in the resolutions, and we will report back next year on this issue of CITSE. Thank you. Can you give number 2, please? Who is number 2? Can you remember? Who was number 2? Eliaku. Why you not number 2? Kamela, why you not number 2? I saw your hand, the two of you. Look, no compromise. Number 2, give it to him. And then number 3, no, why did you raise your hand? Number 3 will also speak. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very minor correction, number 1, and I have 2 major corrections. Koren has provisional membership status of WA. Subsequently, we are going to have full membership. There's nothing like permanent membership. This is my first point. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned resolutions. What you observe are observations and recommendations. I don't know whether I missed it, but I didn't see anything called resolution. What he read are observations and recommendations.
Those are the content, but the title, check the title.
So they are recommending, not resolutions.
Resolutions. They will correct it.
Okay.
The title is resolutions, and within the document, they will correct it resolutions.
Exactly. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. The last one, Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we combine the resolution and commendations. The practice is we have resolutions, bulleted 1, 2, 3, 4, and signed at the bottom. I don't know whether I change the practice to include commendations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It will be so amended. Thank you, Prof. Yes, number 3.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my intervention has to do with conduct, the use of the word conduct.
What?
Conduct is a noun and also a verb.
Conduct.
Yes, you cannot conduct yourself somehow. That's a verb. But the way we are using it is a noun. And it is countable. It could be bad conduct or good conduct. So I think it should have an S.
Okay. S. You want us to treat it as a verb, not as a noun. Number 4. They have noted it. Number 4 there. That's what it is. Conduct.
Engineer Professor Adagmanyo Obiazi,
We are not debating here.
former chairman Codet. President, sir, It's just a little amendment on number 5. Number 5, please. Where he talked about defunding of professional bodies. I think it's defunding of professional regulatory bodies. So if we can add regulatory bodies to that number 5, that's just all. Thank you, sir.
Well, the letter says professional bodies and councils. The letter from federal government. So that's why we adopted to use that. Please.
Yes, number 5, I think is from this side. Yes. You didn't raise your hand now. You are telling me raising your hand.
It's not working.
My name is Engineer John N. Abraham, fellow Nigerian Center of Engineers. Just 2 quick points, sir. In the roadmap you mentioned would be layered assessment and development of engineers in training. I don't think that was captured. I think that's important. Secondly, in the area of accommodation, would it not be appropriate to mention that now Nigeria shares the world body of engineers? That was not mentioned. Thank you.
Number 6.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Man. My name is Engineer Nia Iban Nkefa. I want to talk about the point where members can be distressed. I guess you said 5 years. Okay, I want to suggest if we are taking 5 years, maybe at the 1st year, we should be able to write to this member of a warning that if you don't pay your dues at the end of social period, you'll be disregistered. Because we can do that reminder so that we can also make sure that they pay. Thank you.
I don't think we will go into specific issues. These are modality of implementation. And I don't think that it shouldn't be captured. We will probably come out with the modalities of the to implement. Yes.
Yes, sir. With due respect, sir, the communique didn't talk about how to generate revenue. Idea for the and for my professional colleagues. I have some suggestion here. I have the Quran. Maybe you should have a journal for publication of research, technical information and ideas. Create a website or email address where professionals and the public make suggestions and complaints. And it must be active and functional. The response must be within 72 hours. Create a professional newsletter or papers. These have been Vereine Deutschen Engineering papers, newsline where the activities of Quran can be revealed and the public and professional can get enough information about code of conduct, ethics, and other laws related to engineering practice in Nigeria and the world at large. So also information about employment, consultancy, and construction opportunities for our members can be revealed. Creation of forum for public awareness of current activities in terms of professional scale of fees, important of the need to engage.
Excuse me. What are you reading? What are you reading? We are asking you to critique, make input. Are you making a suggestion to be included? Okay, please forward it to them.
Okay, I will send it.
Forward it to them.
I'm doing suggestions to create money for.
No, we are a little confused with what you are doing. If you are making submission, it is excellent to make the submission. Very well. Please submit it to the rapporteur so that they will capture it.
Why are we here when we cannot make comprehensive suggestions?
Next, number 8. Yes, is back there. This is not a society. This is not NSC.
Okay. Mr. President and my colleagues, I want to say something concerning the proper delineation of the roles and responsibilities of the different members of the engineering family. I think as we give urgent consideration to SITSI, the issue of the delineation should be equally done quickly so that each one knows where he can start and where he can stop, and then we can run with that. The second thing I want to say is that most of the papers presented at this meeting, they have to be uploaded to a site where we can download them for proper consideration so that we can go through them and see what has been given to us. This we ask, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that you also submit to the rapporteurs. Can we take the last number 9, the last person?
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I want to talk on the area of CPD because I know it concerns each and every one of us. Looking at the what was presented, I can see that the area of the CPD just looked vague because it did not talk about what will make the total numbers of CPDs that will be used, and it also does not talk about what makes up the total CPDs. Why am I saying so? Because sometimes if, take for example, the body concludes that the CPD is going to be 60 CPDs, and along the line, maybe where there are webinars, where there are seminars, at least there should be CPDs should be given for as many engineers that will attend the seminar or the webinars, so that those CPDs can be added to their total numbers, to the total number of CPDs. And also, when you were talking, you talked about that the CPDs will only be for 1 year for the accreditation. I think that would be too cumbersome, in the sense that this, it can be say for 3 years, then you conclude the total numbers of CPDs that will make up for that 3 years. And because if you want to, it will be too cumbersome even for the body and as well as for the engineers. So I want you to look at that area because you didn't really, it was not explicit enough. It was just open. And that's why I decided to say, okay, I think we need to talk about the area of the CPDs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please make submission to the rapporteurs. But I think you are confused with this. SITSE and CPD. That's my understanding. SITSE, for everybody's knowledge, is a document that was robustly developed for the last 20-something years. Very comprehensive. Anybody that has been in the engineering profession knows the intent and purpose. Very detailed document that was yearning to be implemented by us, and it was abandoned, if I use that. So we know the details of that is available. Somebody, one of our vice president of current, we will write it. We'll definitely put a presidential task force from the council to see how we revive it and come back to on that. But CPD, please make your submission to the rapporteur so that we can capture what you are trying to convey, which is an excellent
because the CPD I'm talking about is continuous professional.
Okay, that's CPD.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I think if you don't mind, because of the time constraint, would like to please join me to appreciate. All right, please, Osha, can you Mike. Yeah, we want to give the last person to make an intervention before we conclude the business of the day.
Hello. Thank you. Name is Salawu. For Nigeria. Just to we were talking about Kechi with respect to the issue of states. I was part of state. So that if you need any information, I should be involved in it. I was part of SITSI. As a matter of fact, I was carrying it all over the country. Thank you. Pardon?
Sorry, Prof. Sir. Honestly, I didn't see you seated. You know, I was looking around. My eye didn't capture you seated there.
No problem.
If I have seen you, I would have asked you to speak on that, because I know the veterans that initiated, you know, that concept, that document. And I'm happy you are seated. You heard what we said. We will look for you. We will go and knock on your doors, and I guarantee the audience that those that conceived that excellent masterpiece and document are still available. We will activate it, we will revive it to be able to make sure that we take our rightful position in this country. Having said this, I would like... okay, Victor. Yeah, no, it's good to recognize Victor, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With profound humility, I'm not going to ask the question rather. Mine is an observation. If I got it correct, your question is for us to look at the recommendation, resolution made, and then do a critic on that. What I discovered that we've just done, or rather, the practice would have been, you project it line by line. We look at it, and look at the wordings, look at the language, look at the context, and then observe on that. Because we're bound, once this document is published, the assembly is bound to it. I discovered, because the reader was fast a bit, I discovered in most of the paragraphs, there were some grammatical errors, with due respect. There are some spellings, there are some, for instance, when he said the assembly comments, and then he was reading the assembly comment. So these are the things we need to observe. And secondly, I also looked at the area of the code of conduct. When you say code of conduct without punitive sanction, that for me is more persuasive. These are what I was thinking would have taken seriatim, so that at the end of the day we say the assembly has recommended, and then we're bound to it. Thank you, Mr. President. That's my observation.
Engineer Victor, audience, I would like you to know his background. He's an ex-squire. So, of course, he's an engineer, you know, in that regard. So he combines the two minds. We are taking, you know, the hybrid, I think, approach. You know, not to, because of time constraint. You know, we have, you know, I think we have been already shortchanged by the timing. We have been told that we need to leave this place, you know, reasonably, give them reasonable time to restructure the place for the dinner. So if we prolong this, then we are going to, you know, we are going to create some crisis in the next event. And I think that is why we adopted this hybrid. But he's right, particularly from the kind of background he's coming from. He wants us to follow line by line, you know, cross the T's, dot the I's, so that there is no any possibility of any litigation on our documents. I agree with you.
It is still a draft. Engineer, it's still a draft. If there's anything you observe, call our attention. That's why the heading said draft. It's not the final copy, please. So we have been using the word comment.
Uche, we are not having PhD defense here. He's also, appreciate his background. He's a professor, you know, that want to think that he has anything he has is proof. We have artisans here who are supposed to talk to this document, and we'll listen to them carefully. Having said this, please if there are no any critical, all right, information, please, ushers, can you? We want to make it very participative, very inclusive, but please don't stretch us. No, it's not the one. I didn't recognize you. No, it's not the one.
Engineer Professor Sam Baba Onoja. The information I want to give is the fact that, like the chairman of the committee was calling it a draft. The moment we finish the discussion, it's no more a draft. It becomes the resolution of the assembly. Originally, when they presented it as a recommendation, it was right. It was after discussion and approval, and all of us have accepted it, then it becomes a resolution. Editorial comment can come in. But now what we have accepted, or what has been discussed, are resolutions of the assembly. It is no longer a draft. Thank you, sir.
We have noted that intervention. I would like, you see, this lady that come is warning me that we need to close up and pack our things and leave this hall. So with that, I would like to please join me to thank the technical group, Uche, for a very excellent job. But with the caveat that please make submissions of any strong position addition that you feel strong. We are here to add value to what we have so that we'll be able to present something that we know is realistic and is implementable. We are not defending anything on this side. We have made a draft to you and we want you to make input as much as is practical so that we enrich it and add value to it. Having said this, I would like to, on behalf of the council of Koren, want to thank every one of us, our invited, distinguished past president of Koren and registrars, our invited past presidents and deputy president of all the associations, including Engineering Academy, our fellows that remain with us up to this point, our engineering professionals, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you once again, and I would like to invite the vice president of our great regulatory organization, in the person of Olu Undile, to please come to the podium and deliver the vote of thanks. Okay? Maybe after the vote of thanks? Yes.
Mr. President, sir, permit me to rest on the well-established protocol. I'm indeed most grateful to God, the Most High, for making the 31st Engineering Assembly a success. I stand here today as a proud, grateful, and fulfilled engineer and chairman of the main organizing committee of the 31st Engineering Assembly to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made these events not only possible, but also a success. We are indeed highly honored by the overwhelming participation and enthusiasm displayed by each of you. We are indebted to our sponsors and partners. Names have been mentioned earlier: Coleman, Chint, and etc. To mention but a few, for your unflinching support, which played a vital role in making this gathering a memorable one. This is greatly appreciated. I would also like to express our gratitude to the organizing committee. Some of them are over there. In the evening, we'll ask them to stand up to take a bow for their tireless efforts in planning and executing this event flawlessly. Their dedication and hard work made this assembly possible. To all the attendees, thank you so much for being part of this memorable engineering assembly. It is your profession, and I have no doubt that you are proud of it. As we depart from this event, let us all take with us the newfound knowledge, connections, and inspirations to continue driving innovation and excellence in the field of engineering. By the special grace of God, we look forward to seeing you again in 2024 for the 32nd Engineering Assembly. Have a safe journey back home. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, the chairman of the main organizing committee. Can we give him another round of applause, please? I'd like to call on all the rapporteurs to come up for a group photograph very quickly before we proceed. While that is being done, I'd like to make a few announcements. We gather again by 7 p.m. for dinner, and your tag admits you into the hall. Your tag admits you into the hall for dinner. We start by 7 p.m. All the proceedings from the presentations will be on the current website. Rapporteurs and technical committee, please come up for a group photograph. After which the members of the main organizing committee would also take a group photograph. Okay, thank you. After the closing prayer, we'll also be required to vacate the hall because it needs to be set up for dinner. So don't hang around. We are still going to say a closing prayer. After the closing prayer, we'll be required to vacate the hall so that it can be set up for dinner. Once again, I would like to emphasize that your tag admits you into the hall for dinner. We start by 7 p.m. prompt. I would also like to appeal that if you're with a bag that doesn't belong to you, we have the case of a missing bag, please return it to the secretariat. Thank you. Members of the main organizing committee, please come forward. Members of the main organizing committee, 31st Engineering Assembly, please come forward. Yes. Not MOC yet. Not yet. And that we are in prayer. Second, the national anthem. Together we pray, O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. See you at 7 p.m. Another announcement. Please, a brown envelope containing the certificates of Engineer Emmanuel Ola Adejoro of the Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers is missing. Please, if found, contact the Secretariat or call Mr.